be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. When I'm out of me, but a hooligan can't be in the street with them hooligans. So you down for the couch, gotta prove it. Calling all hooligans. I'm talking about the cypher buns, the road jumpers, the hair raisers, the runners, the playboys, the mutants, and the pump bunnies. Let's get it. Live, there you go. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the couch, gotta prove it. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. When am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the couch, gotta prove it.
You already know I'm with them hooligans. Running through the city, got my chest out. When the have-nots want a little bit, they harass us, arrest us, tired of being left out. I done been through it all, never gave up. I'ma do it all alone, who gon' save us? Trying to get it to the point they respect us, no more slavery, we coming for the extras. Me and my squad tired of the loose. Formulating plans, I've been out here recruiting. See, I'm all talking, ain't nobody moving, everybody wanna live while nobody shooting. Road jumpers, hell raisers, punk bunnies, stay dangerous. When I die, I'll go martyr, live famous. Already know what they aim is. Comfortable, carefree with the angels. We didn't take the base shot, we know what pain is. Michelangelo couldn't even paint this. My pain, this art, I've gave my heart. Or you not entertained when we came this far.
Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the couch, gotta prove it. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. When am I to be but a hooligan? Can't be in the street with them hooligans. Say you down for the couch, gotta prove it. Say you down for the couch, gotta prove it. Or stay out the way for the movement. Carry gang squad up, no cap. We out here, what's happening? Got factions, by the masses. When I test RG, we AK deep in the street with a beat, make it 6K. Drop to a knee, but believe that's what you call anarchy. On the rise, strategize every move when we ride. Don't care what back you from or how much dirt you done, we on the takeover, so pick a side. Ain't no more lines we cross, we not boundaries over. We war ready, we all soldiers, we need all the smoke, same mass abundance. Got the cypher bunches with the game up. Suck the box, we dismantle and sell a parts on the low. Playboy, hustler, ain't nothing, it's just a give and a go. Silly fluffers, tricks up for kids, I thought y'all people should know. Hooligan, we hit dip, I let the mutants explode. Yes. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan?
Looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming.
Been a little while. Good to see you. Myself, Wine on Zep, once again rejoining you for My Pet Hooligan. This tournament in the Community Cup has been going on for quite some time today now, already having concluded the European and Asian sides of the bracket, now migrating over the seas into the Americas. Zep, how do you feel?
I feel absolutely fantastic. Slightly tired, but enough of the fantastic to outweigh the tired, because, I mean, we are here at the My Pet Hooligan Communities Cup, and we did get the chance to see everything that went on over on the EU side of things beforehand. We've had a couple hours break, and we're back here covering the NA side of things, and if it's anything like we've seen already before, then we have some truly immaculate games coming up, and of course we will run through with you guys, the audience, what happened before. But I mean, we really have seen with this game sort of all levels of competitive come out. All right, we've seen the kind of more top level teams kind of stomp through some of the amateur teams and, you know, give them a quick show. But then as the rounds go on and they get into those positions, you really see what those professional teams are able to bring to the table. I mean, the sort of tactical plays we saw, the ability for players to move together as a unit, and ultimately just to be able to get the kills and where they matter most. We really just got a full, well-rounded sense of what this game has to offer, and we can't wait to bring all of you watching at home that here today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm very excited to see if it can even live up to half of what the ultimate finish was for the European and Asian sides of the bracket previously. Some of those games had gotten so very intense to where the beginnings may be a little bit different in that regard, to where they were a little bit quicker, a little bit more stomps than anything else, 2-0s pretty quickly. We saw, you know, the boys separated from the men by the end, though. It was really some rising above and showing what it really meant to play this game at a high enough level to where you and I were getting an understanding to what it means to play at, you know, a more professional standard. And I think that we're going to see a little bit more of that, or at least I very much so hope that we're going to see a little bit more of that. Maybe even learn a thing or two that we hadn't previously, which would be pretty cool. But there's always, you know, a little bit of learning to be done by all parties, as previously we had played a video for our previous audience about what the game was really all about, and seeing and hearing, obviously, that we are speaking about these things, you may not be so in tune. So instead of us yammering on about that, maybe, just maybe, a video might help you get that underway.
What? You don't know how it works? It's almost like you've never done this before. Oh, right, we haven't. Anyway, 4 blue hooligans go against 4 red hooligans in what the streets call Organized Anarchy. These rabbits are armed with skateboards and a bunch of guns, melee weapons, and explosives. You know, weapons to kill. The fight stops once either red or blue reaches 30 kills. Then the teams meet on another territory. If that same squad wins, it's all over. But if the second fight goes the other way, there's a third round tiebreaker. And that's it. So have fun and be careful. Or wait, what am I saying? Don't be careful. Go kill!
All right, well, I mean, Hooli wasn't supposed to say kill. It's knockouts, guys. I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but they're just getting knocked out. There's, you know, little birds swooning above their head when they get hit with the toilet plungers or the pellets from the shotguns. We're keeping it PG to an extent. But here's the bracket overview for what had happened on the other side of things previously. Let's take a look at this one, as we had seen quite the effort from Forcana to be able to overcome not only the entirety of their bracket in a 2-0 fashion, not dropping a map, but also the Carrot Force, who were a force in their own regard to be reckoned with, making it all the way to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Farcana definitely the standout team from that side of the bracket. I mean, to play off your point that you just said, no rabbits were harmed in the making of My Pet Hooligan. Those knockdowns is all that they are, but it is Farcana really making the most of those knockdowns. I mean, as you said, we got to cover some of these games and sort of began to follow the storyline of Farcana and Carrot Force quite a bit towards the end, as they were the teams coming into that final section, to where, you know, we were watching Carrot Force when they managed to beat Wellboard, and that was a really, really tight game all the way through. Probably the tightest we have seen in the entire tournament in terms of two teams looking very evenly matched. And, you know, after watching Carrot Force in that game, we thought maybe this is a side who's proven that they can overcome adversity against a strong team, go forward and really take anyone on their day. But then we just seen Farcana, and we actually had seen them in the game before, I believe, completely breeze through their opposition to the point of where you might have had some sneaking suspicions of what they could bring to the table, but of course underestimating them slightly. But then from there, we saw Carnage when they played, and they are looking like a really strong unit that every team in this side of the bracket should be afraid of if they make it to the grand final.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's obviously going to be a little bit more difficult in regards to timing for some of these teams, maybe to get their games through, as they've got to do it pretty quickly. South American teams maybe a little bit easier than the North American teams as we get deeper into the bracket, later into the night. Time zones not aligning as nicely as maybe some players may desire, but they're going to try and get it through either way. And as we do jump through this one, it is going to be a nice, decent chunk of teams to break through, but we're going to not waste much time. We're actually going to get right into the swing of things and start discussing our players, as Finesse 333 is going to be the first player to highlight, with the Sniper Plunger as the weapon of choice, and a weapon that I don't really think we've seen all too often as the highlight weapon for some of these players, maybe once or twice. I definitely only remember one in particular, but it's something that has been obviously a core part of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the way that that sniper has played, given that we got to see it before, it seems to be a case of it's not even an easy to learn, hard to master weapon. It's just a hard to master. Like, if you're playing with that weapon and you're not hitting your shots, you're arguably just putting your team in a man down situation where you're helping out very little. But if you're someone who can absolutely pop off with that plunger sniper, you're getting picks off players that are pushing out of position. It's giving more room and work for those teams running those closer range weapons to get in and do some real damage. So I definitely think that plunger sniper could be huge in this one. Whether or not we see it utilized to its full potential yet will soon to be seen. But I do think it's one of those weapons, and we have a couple in this game already where you just see, if they're utilized correctly, they're the real damaging weapons. And the three that come to mind in that regard is the shotgun, rocket launcher, and of course that plunger sniper rifle.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. We had seen some specialists with the regular paintball gun, as well. We saw Nebulite, who was absolutely crushing things on the side of Carrot Force, you know. And then we were kind of starting to see these players break out and be trendsetters with each of these weapons, kind of, sort of, so to speak. Let's see if we can get any of those players here today. And here in this second stream for this side of the tournament, we're going to be quickly getting things kicking, as we've got our map already decided and chosen, our reset in due time, and we're ready, because everybody has joined the server, everybody is in their place, and the restarts are through and the timer is on. Let's see how fast this one goes in comparison to the beginnings of what was our last, because it was very, very quickly that our round of one had concluded.
And as these teams are getting ready to get going in the Bunners area as well, I completely agree with what you're saying, and we could see potentially another quick game unfold, but you never know. Maybe we were just a little lucky or unlucky, depending on how you would view it, in that we just hopped onto the game, so there was a little bit more of a skill gap before, and they were done rather quickly. Maybe this side across the pond we'll see games way more even across the board. But what we're seeing here is exactly what we've seen in this map before. Both of these teams have instantly gone to those two power spots by the burger place, and then down by what we've been calling anyway the sloped bus area, considering that bus has parked its way ever so nicely into the roof of that building. Those two places seem to be really key positions, and I'm wondering, because I haven't gotten a proper look myself, there must be like health spawns or weapon spawns around those areas that make them key, because as we talked about before, this is a map with sort of low verticality. It barely has any of those lanes, so edging towards those areas, it must be due to the fact that there's something there that gives them an advantage beyond just strength positioning.
Yeah, there's a weapon spawn on the bottom back side of the Burger Town, and there is a health spawn on the beneath sides of both of them, as they're right next to, you can see right there, O-Smoke, and where previously they were occupied. Just beneath that sloped bust, there was one as well, to where we'd seen teams and players go in for those quick little fights, try and get their kills, and then grab the health and make their escape. And that's worked time and time again, certainly. Right now, it's a little bit scattered, these fights, to where they're taking the engagements, but they're not really committing to them. I expected a little bit more in that regard from some of these players, but big black carrot, cool name, I guess, being forced off the rooftops, and so too is O-Smoke, as they do eventually try to reform the pit. They've done so well enough, but it's going to be an even keel trade to 5-5, where Finesse needs the help and finds it.
Yeah, Finesse picked up a big 2 there, but more importantly, seems to have managed to have got out with his life. Push coming in there from Neo Tokyo. Ended up being mostly successful in terms of maybe the retaining or grabbing that positioning, but again, not really showing for it in the kills as it has evened up. And this is something that we were talking about in the previous broadcast as well. How important those trades will be for a lot of these teams going forward in this, because you're going to have instances where a lot of teams decide to push forward and they are going to get that initial kill or 2. It's about how you work together as a unit to, even if you are dying, make the other opponent weak enough so that your teammate is there to come in for the trade. And that's where that communication comes in, that faith and trust in your team comes into the play. It's one of the many factors that will come in throughout the entirety of not just this series, but the tournament. As this one, so far, 3 minutes gone, looking very, very evenly poised so far.
He is one of the more even games we've seen, especially in the beginning stages. It's a sign of things to come, perhaps. Almost 4 minutes shaved off this clock, nobody really throwing their hat in the ring. All too haphazardly, very cautious. Majority of their movements. See now that just keeping a little bit of that foothold in the bottom sides of Burger Town, just beneath, to where they can't exactly be seen by Neo Tokyo. Skateboarding around onto the street, just trying to keep them at bay, and doing so successfully, but these shots ringing out just one after another. You gotta be careful about how much you expose yourself from the rooftops of that Burger Town area. You go into it, Chaz getting closer into these duels, really in between a number of these players from the Fluffy Four. Not yet having hit their quota in terms of kills, but Chaz certainly has.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that these teams are playing, there is kind of minute differences in there, but one thing you have to give credit for is Neo Tokyo's ability to stay alive in situations, as they played that car burger area for quite a bit there, managing to stay alive before they get picked, and now managing to rotate up and get some kills. And again, we're seeing a situation where Shaz is weak, and he's managing to successfully back up to his squad, get healed, and then get ready to go for the push again. And you wonder if there's maybe this kind of bait play going on where Shaz is trying to get in there, get a little bit weak, try and entice the chase up to these areas where Neo Tokyo can then sort of collapse on an exposed player. Because I mean, the strategy so far from the Fluffy Four isn't working. They're playing defensive down low, but they're not getting these picks. They're finding themselves 3 kills behind, and ultimately that timer is going down as well. 5 minutes nearly gone, and a 9-5 score in terms of the actual kills. It's been one of the slower games we've actually seen all year. It's a testament, as I said, to this round 1 and the new tactical showing that we're seeing. Now the trades coming in, it's getting it is Finesse 3-3-3 once again in there, picking up those kills. Tied by 1. O-Smoke though managing to get in and trade it out. And again, this is what we're talking about, the trades being so important. But you look at the side of the Fluffy Four, it is Finesse picking up all those kills. Neo Tokyo, yes, it's a bit spread out, but not nearly as much. You have a team that has managed to pick up kills here and there, whereas the Fluffy Four relying too much on that individual.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Definitely the snipers not really playing as much of a factor into this one, other than just zoning and keeping players out from the open. But yet to kill, I believe, is Raider, or Raiden rather, Raiden Derp, and that's going to be a little bit problematic now, needing to change up how their playstyle has been working for them, as getting up close to personal for Shaz has been the name of it, and getting them those kills that they require. But shotguns from either side of him is going to pincer, and that's going to find an easy one for Finesse, who just as well finds himself at the top side of the board. One less death, though, that's to be made note of, as there's been 2 closing that gap in the distance now made by Shaz to get them to that point, but also now having been really the only player to go as aggressively as he has, it's given them the kills. I guess the death's just the same. It's a double-edged sword to where he's going to be going in for it once again. The re-engagement not long after having respawned and not wavering in his aggression, but calling on the troops, and where Raiden Derp has also joined in for the fight, needing to have that impact made and have his moments where maybe he can revitalize this game with a minigun pulled following the pistol. It's going to be Shaz to finish the kill off first and foremost. Kill leader found. Shaz becomes the new as they've gotten so many players between each side of them. This cul-de-sac has been littered with gunfire, and it seems that Fluffy 4 actually would rather get out of the way. They'd rather reposition over towards this Burger Mart. I mean, it's probably for the best, seeing as they've claimed the land that was once Neo Tokyo's. Maybe they get the leg up now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fascinating what we've been seeing. Two teams constantly sort of regrouping at either side of the map, then all the gunfights where the trading happening, going over towards that cul-de-sac. It's almost like they both agreed, right, folks, are you ready yet? And it's just sort of a war of attrition in those spots. But the trades, for the most part, are always coming in. It's just the fact that Neo Tokyo have gotten that 1-2 extra early on. They managed to hold on to that lead, but that can change very quickly, as we're seeing here. Smoke with 1, and the fact that this has gotten a little more mixy, or a little less structured, is not favouring Neo Tokyo at the moment, as that scoreline has now been evened. The more that this game descends into chaos, the more the Fluffy 4 find themselves in a position where they can come back with this game. If you're the side of Neo Tokyo, you need to get back together as a 4, reset, and slow the pace down again, because they were doing a better job of playing a sort of defensive picks-only gameplay style.
Look at them roll out together, though. That was pretty impressive how they got themselves together in a group and try and get that push going to where it actually eventually does distance itself just a little bit there. You can see that Atomic Sushi has enough cover behind this wall and also against the outer bounds to where he can play without being spotted, unless someone on the other end goes wide. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be the case. We're taking it a little bit more angular in approach, but Chaz once more reclaiming that lead as the kill counter hits 9. Reclaiming the lead actually in the game as it stands at the halfway mark, just approaching in terms of both timer and kill mark. This is very much so on pace with how this game very well could or should maybe even be played at this level. I'm not really even certain whether or not this is two teams playing at a high level against one another, or if it's two teams that aren't quite making the right adjustments to take that next leg up. But I'd like to think the former, frankly. I do think it's a pretty well-played game from both teams at this point in time. About as good as that it gets, really. Nothing spectacular, nothing out of the ordinary too far, but I certainly don't think that they're making an excess amount of mistakes. This might actually be one of the first. Big Black Carrot jumps over that rooftop, makes himself a huge target with target on their back. They do get taken through, and Raiden Derp can just skate away while his teammates decide to do whatever they do best, and that might be shoot them down as they try and expose themselves.
Yeah, I mean, playing in this game patiently is going to have to be the priority for both of these teams. And so far, it is the Fluffy 4 who are looking like they're getting a little more impatient. Likely so being only 2 kills down now. They just need to kind of take it easy with this here, because they are in a good position to take something out of this game. It really is just a case of playing it as slow as possible and getting the picks. I mean, so often as we've seen already in the European side of things, we saw what players can do when they're better with that faster movement, and when things descend to chaos and aggression, what can happen. But I genuinely think we're seeing a prime example of players prefer to play the game slower and what that can bring out, sort of an entirely different side of things. But it is Neo Tokyo now who sacrificed a couple of lives, getting a little bit more aggressive, pushing out of their base, and the Fluffy 4 punishing them for it. And this means now that the Fluffy 4, if they get another kill, can now themselves start to play defensive, pull back, and maybe try and run down the timer in this one, or either force Neo Tokyo into a position where they have to start really rushing outside their comfort zone, as you have Atomic Sushi using the outside of the map to rotate around to get back to his team and try and reset once again. 4 lives in the difference here, 9 minutes to go. Neo Tokyo needing to play that reset, but the Fluffy 4 is switching on at the right moment now. 19-24, continuing to pick up lives. A little bit of panic really setting in now for Neo Tokyo, because as well, you're getting to that point where you spend so long in a game. Whoever loses this game is really going to feel the momentum die, and you know, you spend so long trying to play it really patiently and not getting that reward for it. That will really
Yeah, and maybe that means that they kick up the pace going into that second map, potentially. Maybe they just get a little bit more, I mean, aggressive would be the word. I don't think there's really a better word for it. You try and say it as many ways as you'd like. There's only one way to put it. It's they want to maybe throw themselves in their hat into the ring a little quicker than they had initially, to where that lead was good, but it wasn't really sustainable, really, so to speak. I think playing that long con game can only work for so long in general. As it stands, though, they are dragging this one back kill by kill, and being able to abuse the respawn time is going to be the biggest part of it, as Raidendorf does not have the health to play for. His team has taken the HP, but it had just respawned, and he gets over top of it. They're only one kill between now, to where if Finesse goes down, things become a little bit of an issue, as that's the long-range kill to tie it all up at 25 apiece. This is go time. This is where things become a lot slower, similar to the beginnings of this game, with 8 minutes to play with. Who will extend their hand first is the question.
I have to say, I've been really impressed with what I've seen from this game. Given the closeness of it, how close it is towards the end, the time that's left in the game, you have to say this has been one of the most intense games we have seen all day, including the previous broadcast. So hats off to both of these teams here, competing at a far more evenly matched level, to say the least, and putting on a great show. But the Fluffy 4 picking up the kill, now only needing 4, Neo Tokyo needing 5 to get to that first to 30. The tension's really high here in the very first game of this broadcast. This one still could go either way. A wave of kills will set it, and it's early enough in the day for these teams, early enough in the series for, you know, anything to happen even at the latest point. And Fluffy 4 getting another kill, and they are smelling blood here at this point now. 28, they're going to get the job done here.
Very well might. Shouldn't be all that difficult now, to where that tie game was once the biggest worry for them. I'm sure a little bit of sweat beginning to formulate onto the brows of this map, having concluded with 30 kills, and 12 of which may be turning into 13 for Finesse to be the closer, as Jazz does get a back line behind a shot. He's not on the lineup for another, but it's just too far gone, as they've already slipped down the road to the final of the low HP red players, and that's going to be the finisher.
Yeah, Tokyo 27, the Fluffy 430, a really, really close game, with Chaz and Finesse both popping off for their respective teams, but ultimately only going the way of one team. And this really excites me for game number 2, right? Because the way that they played that map was sort of so passive, so defensive, and just with the way that these teams play, because again, we did speculate that they're two teams playing of a high enough level of play, it's slow, but if that's not the case, and they're teams that maybe we won't see make it all the way towards the grand final, we saw teams that were very happy to play a certain way. I do wonder, going on to another map, if it yields a different type of abilities, a different skill set, how these teams will then be able to adjust to that. Because one thing that I think we have to say about that one is that we've seen both two teams who really, for the most part, were sticking to their guns in the way that they wanted to play. Very rigid as a 4, playing across the map, then kind of coming together for tit-for-tat, checkerboard, kill feed type of things, whether it be in cul-de-sac or wherever, rotating out and then hitting the reset and doing that again. Very sort of one-dimensional, just because for how the game was balanced and poised, it worked in that instance. But the change of map may change up the strategies massively for these two teams.
Yeah, I think that this game, personally, for me, feels like the winner of it is almost slated to make it in a deep run for this. At least it's just in comparison to what we'd seen from the quality of teams previously, unless there's a widespread improvisation. Is one of these teams that I feel is already a step above and beyond the round 1, 2, and maybe even 3 in some instance teams we'd seen over in the Europe-Asian bracket. The both of them have a certain level of quality to them, where it looks like that they're ready to make a change on the fly and make a move when they have to, but also begin a game with a game plan, as opposed to running in kind of eyes blinded, looking to see red, and that's it. And that's something that I was, in as far as North American esports goes, I feel like at a lower level in almost every one of them, it's kind of run it down mentality, mechanics over fundamentals. And I guess seeing that now not really be the case, that's pretty cool. We're already off the rip, getting a good taste of what may be to come. And there's a long list of games to still go through. And we've gotten 8 total to go through for this one. But we are going to be going for an intermission before we jump back into that second map. So stay tuned as we get things prepped and ready for the conclusion, potentially, for this series or a third map pushed.
But look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause, oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Hooli, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live.
Welcome back. Not too long between map 1 and 2 start, as that intermission is always a short one, but one that I never cease to be amazed at. The animation quality for that first cinematic's always a fun one, and Hooli certainly got a little bit going on there. Everybody has to envy just a bit with his energy, but even still, the energy that he has, we need to now emulate and keep up going into the second map of our first series of this side of the South American and North American bracket. Zep, last game, it was definitely not what we had anticipated from an opener from this side of the bracket, but certainly not letting down in any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a real pleasure to sort of see those slower-paced tactical affairs, you know, especially us as casters. We sit here in our respective games, especially with the roles that we play. In what we like to do as casting, we like to play the more analytical side of things. We like to break down a game, try and understand the way a team is playing. It's almost like that kind of what a coach role has to do. They need to be able to break down the mechanics of how a team will play. So when we get the opportunity to see sort of a slower game like that and almost get to, in our minds at least, see the cogs turning in all these players' heads in terms of what they're thinking of doing next, what might be the right play to go together as a team to do, it really is a privilege to see. And I do wonder now, as we move on to this map, could we see that kind of slower paced tactical affair replicated? It already looks like it's getting a little bit mixy off the bat, with the Fluffy Hour already put with 2, Tokyo back with 1 at least, but I do feel like there's less positions on this map to play that slower pace, so we're seeing these teams now forced into a position where they're going to have to both get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, definitely so. See now, these rooftops are a place to play for a pair of the Fluffy 4. 2 of them hopping around, attempts to fire shots down at range with snipers in hand. Low ground now. 4 of the Tokyo players, a lot of them going to chase down Finesse, who's now actually left on his own. Some absolutely jumped. Nothing that was going to go his way there, but what a shot on the jump from S. The sniper rifle switched over to the explosive sent forward to keep him at bay. Raiden Durp has actually slipped in that. It's right around the Rosie right now. From inside of the building with the shotgun is explosive. A pop right into his mouth. And this is going to be the Fluffy 4 coming out swinging in a game that's pace is entirely different from that of what we've seen over on map 1 in the best of ways possible for the close for the blue team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and already, you know, we're at 12 kills here. I believe it took us nearly 5 minutes to get to that amount of kills in the first game. So, again, we are seeing that pace massively increase. You know, SVL 4-0 at the moment is doing bits and will continue to try and do so. Meanwhile, Raiden Dirk 2 and 3. And, yeah, really tight game so far.
Not really positive as to how that can be remedied. Looks like we will be going for maybe a restart of some kind, taking the time to get everything squared away in that regard. It was looking to be very exciting, and that's always going to be a painful one, I think, to have to sit with and stir with, as we have seen it before. You know, it's something that we've already had to witness in the previous games, and it's unfortunate, but you know, you got to do what you got to do, and you want it to be as integrity full, I was going to say ridden, as possible. But yeah, I mean, same idea. We go into this hoping that can be the same start for them, and I'm just assuming they're going to feel the same way. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's momentum that gets kind of halted there, that they're going to have to try and hold on to that same level of pace to go into this next one.
Yeah, exactly. Look, no one likes to see a stop in a situation like that. When, you know, when things are a little slower, something happens, you know, it is what it is. You get the restart, but both of these teams had come out very aggressive, and one team was ultimately benefiting more from that aggression as well. But look, these things happen in all competitive spheres in the online gaming. You know, you're going to need resets for things, whether it be lobby crashes, whatever it may be. If anything, both of these teams can take from that start in the game too is that they both now recognize very clearly that they're both bringing different strategies to the table now. But in saying that, I believe the way that it'll have to work now, given the way that the servers work, is that we will probably roll on to a different map. So we may not see a repeat of what we've just seen there to begin with. So you potentially have a side who thinks maybe they've gotten away with one there, given how the scorelines were initially shaping up. But again, it's how the land lies with the way things are currently, and it's ultimately how you take advantage of that as best as you can. And I do think as well, to be fair, for anyone who may perhaps levy that type of complaint, when you're playing at this level, you know, you have so many strong teams playing and really, really talented players. You need to be a team, if you want to go all the way, who's able to win in all areas, not just a singular map.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the bracket here once more. This is the European side. That's already concluded. Farcana and Carrot Force, those are the ones, just to remind you, who are now having finished our game out, and Farcana waiting on the end. We can take a peek at the bottom side now, which we are waiting for these games to have concluded, a majority of them in round 1. I can only assume having gone underway to a certain extent. We can scroll down and see what's going on there, and hopefully get a good idea for what's happening.
And yeah, getting moved down now, we can see
there you go.
You know, you're already having a couple of games finished with their 2-0. Again, I think we got fortunate with this game that we're seeing a bit more of a drawn out tactical affair, because again, when you're going into a round 1, you know, the way that's seeded, it can be mixed any which way. You could get two teams that were potentially finalist level teams face off against each other in a round 1, which, you know, always leads for an interesting showing, because it means teams who may not have been quite up to the standard in terms of everyone else, it means they can get a couple of rounds further than they might have normally, and, you know, stake their claim in certain areas and get used to dealing with the pressure of these higher levels. So, you know, we're seeing some teams who are able to, presumably at least, granted it is a presumption only, to make light work of their oppositions, but, you know, we're not privy to a game like that at the moment. We're seeing one that, as we seen from that game 1, was a real tight, drawn out affair, and you know, off that game 2, it looked like it was going somewhere, but that very easily could have been thrown back, because we were so early into that game 2 as well. Things could very easily have just been a case of one team started off stronger, caught the opposition off guard, and was continuously putting them in splintered spawns where they had no real control. Now that we get into a different map, teams get ready to set up once again. They're going to be aware that both teams are aware of what happened in that game 2, and they will counter that. Again, any competitive sport, it's a learning experience. You're constantly trying to figure out new ways to play against your opposition and understand them as the series goes on. And both teams being afforded just a little bit of an extra opportunity to deal with that, because, you know, you play in these games as well. with a best of 3, you can have these games very quickly pass you by if you're not paying close attention to what the opposition is doing.
Yeah, well, while we wait for this new server to be hosted, we're going to be throwing it to an intermission once more, so thank you for bearing with us while we do get things reset and hopefully prepared for you guys in just a bit.
All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside.
All right, well, trying to get things as smooth rolling as they can possibly be has the production team been, and we do thank them for that, getting this server rehosted and getting back into the action to get things smooth sailing for the remainder of this side of the bracket is going to be priority numero uno. And as we do take our good time to get things settled, we have myself, we've got Zep, and we still have Neo, Tokyo, and the Fluffy Four, and we will be jumping into that second map after all.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to give your hats off to the admins for getting these issues sorted as well. Look, I'm on the European side of things. It's late. I can complain all I want, but you've so many admins, so many people on the European side of the team also pulling all-nighters to put this on for you guys at home. So, you know, massive shout out to them for putting this on as well, and they are absolutely doing a smashing job as we continue on with this game 2 and seeing a map that is very different to that null and void map 2 that we've seen previously. It is going to be about getting control of that high ground as quickly as possible. As you coined it, you have that big open area, the no man's land, but it's about whether you can get up high in those buildings and get control from there. That is usually the team that we see come out on top of the team who was up there the longest, but so far it seems like the Fluffy Hour are happy to kind of play around that no man's land and almost try to bait out the shots of the Fluffy Four, but the Fluffy Four picking up those snipers as you do in these positions and getting the first blood.
It's got to be a good feel for the Fluffy Four. They're going to hope to continue their way onwards. Previously stated what was the previous start. Really nice. Map 1 that typically does deliver a double delivered by Finesse, the third in this entire life that he's led. Yet to die, yet to be fragged are any members of the Fluffy Four, as Neo Tokyo find themselves quite splintered and split, with Raiden Derp being the only remaining red team player on that side of the map, not having yet been dealt with, his teammate though having died 2 times before he gets discovered. And this is a nice beginning to what is going to be a difficult way back up, and I mean literally up and onwards into these buildings as they want to get some high ground of their own.
Yeah, Neo Tokyo made the mistake of not going for those buildings early on, and they are being pushed forward. The Fluffy Four taking control and raining held from above. Those knockdowns will come flying in if Neo Tokyo cannot change their strategy immediately, because so far exactly how we would predicted this map would play out for a team that takes that top area. It's coming true here. 2 minutes gone. Neo Tokyo can barely even get a score on the board as this is flawless now, with that grenade launcher coming in 9-0, and they're beginning to go on the chase. Neo Tokyo have been absolutely stunned.
Certainly looking a bit shell-shocked now. I guess that momentum that the Fluffy Four had has not yet gone back. Still sticking around to where it needs to be, fight time and time again and get all involved with some of these fights. Or suppressing ability to scale Neo Tokyo time and time again, and Finesse is just dumpstering them in close range with a sniper rifle as if it were a shotgun. No wonder it's weapon of choice, dude.
Finesse. Yeah, weapon of choice indeed, and I mean, God, he just will not let up, not a single death yet for him, but that's easily for them, considering the fact that Neo Tokyo only managed to pick up a 1 kill so far, like 13 to 1, 6, 3, 3, and 1, as you see there on the scoreboard. I mean, God, there is time for a way back for Neo Tokyo, but when you're 3 minutes deep and only 1 kill on the board, surely you have to have that confidence drain at the moment, because the Fluffy 4, they're constantly up as a 4-man to rotate and pick off Neo Tokyo 1 by 1. The Fluffy 4 haven't had that 4 formation broken up whatsoever in this entire map. They've been able to just constantly barrage the opposition, and honestly, it wouldn't surprise me at this rate if it finishes like 30 to 2 or 30 to 3, because Neo Tokyo are being shut out here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difference that I wasn't expecting, but you know, it's not a run through in terms of the timing of these kills coming through at the very least. It isn't one of those games that ended in 3 minutes as it did previously. It is going to take more likely than not 5 to 6 minutes before it concludes, even with this massive gap between the two teams. So I mean, good enough attempt by the side of Neo Tokyo in the way of giving themselves room to breathe, but not really finding the success that they would like, with that being the case, as Shaz is the one fragging out just now, as he had in the previous, tied up at 2 kills with Ty, and needing much more than that now, with those 2 players being the only ones with frags. The knockouts beginning to scale for Finesse, though, as he's got 7 of the 18, almost approaching a halfway point for his team's frags overall. The majority of them, has to be said, though, in regards to everybody else around him relative to them. They are going to start to punish some of these kills with shotguns, and now having somewhat of a crossfire set, Raiden, Derp, and Atomic. Sushi looking to find a lone player from the Fluffy 4 team, but he's actually pressured one of them to the point of really no return or escape. Put him into a crossfire of his own with a teammate unbeknownst to the red squad on the other end, and leading them into danger. But ooh, quick and escape. Great movement from Finesse in order to get out of the way of harm.
Absolutely terrific movement, and you have to give credit to Neo Tokyo here. They have a long way to pull it back, but they got a couple of great kills, and from there they were able to continue that kills, given the fact they disrupted the formation of the Fluffy 4. They were getting in between the lines, they were reading the spawns a little bit, and were able to make the map a little more mixy. But as soon as a lot of kills come in and the Fluffy 4 are able to reset, they once again find themselves in a position where they are controlling the key positions and getting a couple of kills back. And then you have just Raiden Derp kind of, for some reason, I don't understand why, pushing in there on his own, managing to play his life throw, which is huge, and allows for his team to get in for the help. So who am I to judge? Maybe that was the plan all along, sort of being a distraction for the rest of the team to be able to push in. But you can't really afford to drop any more lives on the singular now. If you're going to go forward, you have to go forward as a team and hopefully get a wipe as a team, because if you're going to trade a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-1, even if you do the math from here on in, the Fluffy 4 will still come out the victors if it goes like that.
Now Finesse once again drops down into the depths and find Atomic Sushi down into the red. It's O-Smoke that'll finish the kill for him. A steal, maybe, but probably just glad that the kill was contributed on by a teammate. Nevertheless, they want above all else to find that victory, no matter who it takes to get them to it. And as it were, getting ever closer with that 13-minute mark approaching, looking to maybe get that done even before then. That'd be about, what would that be? One kill for every 5 seconds. See if that can be maintained. Obviously, a little bit of a game in my own mind to see if they can get it done. The excitement would be pretty cool if they could close it before the 7-minute mark, but they're not really giving all that much in the way of aggression to make that be the case. So, you know, they're making sure they don't throw away the lead that they've built up, rightfully so, more professional than ever in that way, to where now as Eel has done them that one step into where now they might be able to jump down the throats of their opponent and make sure that they know that a statement is to be made in this series by the ends of it. Map number 2. A victory for Fluffy 4, but one that is not claimed in nearly the same fashion as the previous. This one a little bit more dominant and moving down the stretch of the series in general, as well as into this next couple of series to go for round 2 upcoming, where teams are already going to be set, ready, and waiting for their time in the limelight. we're going to be witnessing maybe, just maybe, even greater games as we scale up to this one, because, I mean, honestly, if this is the ground level, if floor standards at the beginning, there is a lot you and I might have to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, I already get the sense that we were in for some truly spectacular games, but Fluffy looking like they're about to round this one out and do 30-12, a massive victory for them. But, you know, I'll give a little bit of credit where credit's due to Neo Tokyo being down like 14-1 at one point. They've done a good job to pull it back, and as you're seeing the scoreline right there at 9-3 and 0-0 for the side of Neo Tokyo, I think that was the biggest issue for them on the overall. Is just they had to rely on the individuals to pull them back and make that scoreline more respectable. If you have, if instead of a 9-3-0-0 you have a 9-6-3-3, then all of a sudden you're looking at a scoreline that's way closer. And what would have made that is just simply all the team managing to pick up the kills. Whereas you look at the side of the opposition, they were just able to pick up kills as a unit. They were controlling those power positions, playing off each other well, winning their individual gunfights, and that really being the difference maker. It doesn't matter how good you are as a player, or even how good you might be as a duo. You're playing in a 4-man, and you need all 4 to, if they're not at least popping off, to be able to contribute with a large number of assists if you want to get through any stage of this tournament.
Yeah, and already having a couple of these games decided, the games having concluded being in the round 1, a good number of them. It was told to us that it was going to be the Tempest blue team up against La Covacha red. There are actually 3 La Covacha teams in this tournament as of right now, actually. I was getting a little bit confused reading through all of these ones. We've got red, we've got blue, we've got green, we've got black. We've got like 4, actually. This is actually kind of crazy. I was getting a little bit like worried that I couldn't find the name of them, but there's just so many dang teams that you can't really keep up. It is going to be a pretty quick jump in to that match, though, a turnaround in which, you know, making up for some lost time will be pretty cool to keep things rolling. And I am very happy with what I had seen in that last game, but seeing as it's 2 completely different teams, and aside from the 2 that we had just witnessed, it's going to be, you know, a little bit of a new experience for us to see if we can hold up that same quality across a lot of them, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it came to the European side of things, we were watching that. We were kind of waiting for that bar to be set right. I mean, we did see a level at the beginning where there was a large skill disparity, and we knew eventually we were going to see teams that would set a level. But as you said, here the bar has been set already. We start off with a really strong game, and it's up to the rest of these games now to sort of be able to live up to that standard. And it makes me wonder, with the teams we're just after watching in that round 1, could we get the chance to see them again way deeper into this tournament? Because, you know, there is a chance we potentially could, right? Because the way that they were able to manage games was sort of a level above what we were seeing in previous round 1s, because there was game management that came into those games as an overall. But, you know, moving on from that onto this one now, TGG Serpent running that water pistol. Again, a lot of players choosing the water pistol as their sort of specialty favorite weapon. And again, as I've said in the previous broadcast, and I'll say it again, there's a lot of utilization to be had in that pistol if you can use it wisely. While it may be your starting weapon, that by no means means it's a weak weapon. If you're accurate with that gun, you can still do a lot of damage if you can catch someone lacking on the other side. But meanwhile, WF Jin here with that rocket launcher, and I mean, a weapon like that speaks for itself. It can do some major damage.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree. Following the winner of this one into the round of 2. So it's going to be a little bit of familiarity built up between you and I to understand how these guys work and see just how good they can possibly be. We're going to get to test them not once but twice up against an upper echelon level of competition before we move on throughout the brackets and get more data to collect. As right now, it is a map that has proven to be, you know, one of the more, I guess, different in play style, but always seemingly around the same kind of idea. The one thing I think majorly in positional difference that we witnessed was when they were playing over on that sniper tower towards the deep left of the map you'd seen right there, the sniper's perch, so we'll call it, just behind now, right there on your right side of your screen on the roof. And that's the only real place I think we've seen players play a whole different style of game than ever before. I mean, other than that, it's been pretty consistently fights going crazy in the cul-de-sac, players playing a deep range when they're playing a 4 versus 4, you know, not really closing that distance from Carlberger, and then the sloped roof of the bus, or sloped bus, excuse me, on the roof of the house deep. Those are the kind of, I guess, default positions that you'll see teams take up. But right now you'll see that it is an absolute mop-up coming out right now in the beginning stages to where a team fight goes the way of Tempest Blue and 3 coming out from Vinny alone.
Yeah, got a little bit mixy there early on, but the kills were a little bit slow to come in. But once they did, they came in a balloon wave. Tempest before, as soon as they got that one down with that man advantage, they just enclosed in whoever was left. You can even see from the positioning at that point that the players in red did not have an absolute chance. Tempest Blue destroyed at the moment, now pushing down onto that spawn area. Vinny with another again. 5 kills for Vinny, 8 kills for Tempest Blue on the overall, as they have complete map dominance here. Now hunkering down towards that slope bus area. Are they going to push straight up, or are they going to take it slow? Tempest Blue might be feeling the momentum here, so may continue to do so, but very much operating around that cul-de-sac. That does seem to be the area that a lot of the teams choose to move up and down in, rather than pushing directly up by that kind of tree area towards Carlberg, where you're a little bit more kind of open for being taken out if there's a sniper on that end. The Tempest Blue very much focused on just rotating around those areas where they have lines of sight until they're ready to, or lines of sight to keep covered until they're ready to be seen.
Seeing just that little bit in the way of passivity. How? It's passivity, right? Would that be it?
Well,
is that even a word?
Let's say it is. Let's say it is for now.
I'm not entirely sure if that's even a word, but we're coining it for today. Passivicity? Who knows? It's going to be the passiveness, I guess. Yeah, that's probably the better way of saying it, isn't it? 12-1 though. It doesn't really seem to matter how passive you play if you're La Kovacha Red. It's kind of a bit of a skill difference right now, unfortunately. A skill issue, as the kids are saying, is 11 kills deeper than that. It's just shots being rung through, attempting to get close enough. Look at this. It's not even a reaction coming through right there before he's landing to the roof. The minigun pulled and Vinny to shred.
Did Vinny do a 360 there before laying down with the minigun? I mean, absolutely flaunting on the opposition here. I mean, you've heard of 360 no scopes, but you've not really heard of any 360 bunny minis, and yet you did manage to see one there. 15-2, just over, or 16-3, just over 3 minutes gone. This game really not looking good for La Kovacha, as they will desperately try to pull this one back. But one thing I do have to be very thankful for is the fact that Tempest Blue are in blue and La Kovacha are in fact in red, because on the producer side of things it would have been a very evil game to play on us as casters if they had swapped them around colors to make them red and blue respectively.
A very evil game is how you described it? Evil.
Play.
That's what you'd classify as evil. Okay. Well, now I know where you stand on good and evil.
For evil.
I was gonna say we have a little joke, I guess. While this game is definitely swaying in the way of Tempest Blue, a group of friends of mine, we do something kind of like somewhat not cool or bad, and we're just evil by default. We go, oh, we're evil, and we're being evil now. And I think that that's just a funny way of saying, yeah, that's not cool. You're an actual evil person. What you would just, the minor inconvenience you would just cause.
Exactly. Well, I mean, hey, look, we're thankful here, producers on this side of things, not evil, making it as easy for us as it can be, keeping the colors and matching the names. And some of the words with podcasters, that can be a surprising headache that shows up. But you know, speaking of headaches, we might be seeing La Kovacha Red 26-5 suffering an absolute headache here as they just cannot find a way into this game whatsoever. I think he summed it up perfectly already. That skill difference coming into play, 10-1 for Vinny right now, who's just absolutely popping off. 4 assists as well, just kind of playing an overseeing role there up on that slanted bus. They're going to really get the job done right now, and I think it's fair to say that we can be seeing a quick 3-0 or 2-0 from this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as easy as it'll get for Tempest Blue right there. That's an organization that I'm familiar with from North America. I've seen them in a couple of different esports. They're no stranger to me, and I guess for good reason, proving that they can field rosters good enough to make it look as easy as that in a game as new as this. That's probably going to feel pretty good for them looking onwards to see what they can do going down that stretch, because if we're going to be following the victor of this team down into that next round, we're going to want it to be obviously the best of the two, and we're also going to want to see them have a chance at continuing in the way onwards, becoming somewhat of, I guess, like you know, I won't say like hometown, but like the team that we're going to be following the most. You and I, we're probably going to have the most to say about. We're also probably going to want to see move forwards as it continues onwards. So already a great outing from Tempest Blue in that one, as it can be said, winning all their aim duels, not falling or succumbing to the passivity of the other team, and Red not really being able to do anything like that in regards to baiting out and eliciting fights of their own favor. It was always in the wheelhouse of Tempest Blue, it felt.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I completely agree with you with saying that, we're going to enjoy following them, because I think, for broadcasting, for casters, for the audience, it's always nice to see how a team specifically is going to progress going through those rounds, and kind of it gives us a good understanding of the levels of teams and players that are taking part and what you're going to come up against in the later stages. Even if we had to miss them for a round or two, being able to kind of circle back to them at any point even is always nice, because we did have the opportunity to do that for a couple of games towards the end of the European broadcast, where we got to see teams play a couple of times, and it kind of gave us an idea of where, even if they didn't end up going on to win the next game, it gave us a bit of a story. It gave us kind of the opportunity to be wrong and to be able to make judgments and have a little bit of an understanding in our end how they might want to go about playing it. And it's always great to be able to build those, considering this is the first time as well we're seeing something like this. My Pet Hooligan, a new game, this Communities Cup, we're seeing so many teams for the first time, so many players for the first time, who I'm sure through their times playing as it goes on, they'll bounce between teams, whatever it may be. But we're building those profiles now. We're getting an understanding of what these players are going to be able to bring to the table and how they will grow in future. And being able to start that essentially from scratch here and figure all that out for the first time, it really is a privilege to do so. And so getting the opportunity to follow these teams, see how they grow, and then use that as a benchmark for how they may grow in the future of this title going into 2025.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing, and one of the things we really love about esports as a whole.
Yeah, I was going to say that, it's really also a question of just how many of these teams stick with the game, how many of these people are actually looking to continue onwards with this one as an esport of their choosing, right, as opposed to just, testing the waters. Again, in some capacities, maybe people looking to play it for, I guess, quote unquote fun, whatever the case may be. I think that if there is a scene that builds up for this game that is obviously in very early stages of its development and still really kicking, I will say, in a way that not many games of this early in access do. I think that they've taken some care in what could very well have been, from an outside looking in, a game that doesn't seem legit, right? Doesn't seem like it's like all there. I think that it's about as legit as it can get at this stage in development. I think that it looks like it's got some legs to it. I think that these players have really put on display what it's capable of without, exposing all too many bugs and things like that we have not yet to see, you or I. I haven't really caught many of that. As far as it goes, maybe a crash here or there, but that's just par for the course, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been really shocked by how smooth this game actually does run, because let's be honest, 2024 in the gaming industry, a lot of gamers out there, especially in that sort of online FPS space, they're used to being burnt, and they're ready for it when a new title comes along. They're ready for when it disappoints them, whether it's something that's buggy or however they may go about things. But you go into this, and even having the opportunity to play it ourselves, it plays smooth, it runs well on systems. I mean, there's not really much more you could ask for from a game in early access that's just going to be continuously building from the platform that it's on. And the only way it's been able to achieve that is on the care and craft that's gone into it from the entire team, which, I think is evident by tonight in the broadcast that we've been putting on, the fact that everyone is able to check this out, the whole admin team pulling all-nighters to work on this. There's love, care, and patience that are going into building a polished product that I think at its core, because what we're seeing here at its basis, early access, we're seeing the game at its core, and with the amount of positives at its core, it can only grow if it chooses to build upon that.
Yeah, and with that, we can, take a little bit of a peek and a look-see into the next game we have up available to us. It is going to be the second map that very may well be the close for Tempest Blue, who have looked a cut above and beyond. Let's check things out and see just how things can go.
Yeah, we'll see how these teams play as we have moved over once again to the Hair Razors area, and a map with very little verticality, very close range map. It feels it's like get in the center and get mixy, and then from there it's just about chasing the spawn areas almost, because if you're a team that smells blood in this map, you can very quickly get maneuvered around. You know where people are going to be, and ultimately if you catch them in those spawn areas, there's very little cover for you to get out. Like, even though there is a lot of buildings in the way, it's one of those maps where I just feel like the lanes can be easily watched by a team who feels in control. So I think one of those maps where being able to slay out is the key factor of how you dominate this map, rather than maybe that positional or tactical sense.
Pretty deep, dude. Gotta say.
Yeah, well,
Oh, we get deep here at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, I was staring up at the ceiling and having an epiphany, a realization, a meeting of your mind, and right now feels as if though this one has been, just about what we could come to expect on these moments. That the fragging is coming through from Tempest Blue above all else. I mean, you say that it doesn't really have to come down to that, but it sure as hell helps, wouldn't you say? I mean, you go into it now at 5 kills lead, and now Ravy just dropping down below a name we hadn't honestly really said all that much. Same goes for Serpent in that last one. I think just in terms of just consistent name value, I think Vinny was getting a lot of really good kills that mattered in moments where it allowed his teammates to cook wherever they so pleased around him. But still, the gap, one by one, finding trades, but when you're already this far of a deficit in the beginning stages, you need more than just a trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the fact that you mentioned some players kind of almost a testament, like, yes, we were looking at many of these talking, the fact that they were so far in the lead. You don't get that far in the lead unless every single player in your team is doing their job right, even if that doesn't necessarily mean they're picking up the most amount of kills. They're either holding that position down strong, or picking up the assists, they're forcing players, funneling them into positions where the other players touch them. And the gaps sort of continually stretched out for Tempest Blues. They make it 11. They're just they're catching so many of these red players off guard. I mean, look at Jane caught on his own is just going to get completely ran through there, and that just seems to be the case. Is Ryanie there picking up a nice 2. They isolate players, they take them out, and then they just move straight on to their next as we get a little bit of a face plant there from Vinny.
Yeah, I was gonna say we haven't actually seen many of those. I feel like we've seen their movement look, pretty accurate. A majority of those kinds of moments where the crash landing is one you obviously would like to avoid, and it's not always the easiest. It's not always going to be the most simple. When you're just trying to, at some point, get away with a movement tech, it's always going to be a difficulty when you're maybe in the moment or taking a gunfight or visualizing a gunfight. You might just forget in some instances, but still, even then, it's Vinny who's top of the scoreboard. I mean, give brother a break. It's only so much he can do, and in that moment, it looks like he's done just about enough.
Absolutely not. 20-6, Tempest Blue just dominated. Ravi now at the top with 7-1, make that 8-1, who alongside Vinny is having an immaculate performance to say the least. As again, what I said before is just ringing true. You look at what's happening again, you're just having players caught isolated on their own. Lakovica have never really had an opportunity where as a 4-man they can take on Tempest Blue directly, which you can maybe say is potentially an issue on their side, but you have to give credit to Tempest Blue for that, because they do a great job of getting in between those lines and forcing Lakovica to play sort of away from each other, whether that be just breaking straight into a 4 or catching them off spawns and bridging the line between the spawns. Lakovica, the only way they could deal with it is by being able to move insanely quick, but they're always getting caught out before they even get the chance to move to help each other out. It's just different levels altogether that is really just culminating in this fact now that Tempest Blue are 28-6, about to round off a game 2 in spectacularly dominant fashion.
Yeah, it seems to be just as we had anticipated. Not much to be said, frankly, about this map, nor really the last that hasn't already been, as it is going to be just a little bit of movement in order to keep them antsy, and using this outer extremity, using that out of bounds area just to keep them second guessing as to what may be the next move from Tempest Blue, the final finishing blow. Where already Pimpolo is pretty low, and he'll be taken out of the sky. It's a blue team victory, 30-7.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Tempest Blue and commiserations to Lakovica Red, who ultimately I just felt like you're just gone against a different level of opposition. And 12-9, 6 and 3, if that doesn't paint a storyline for you, I don't know what will. Because just an utterly dominant performance, and if we're following this team into the next round, I'm very curious to see who they will be going up against, because I think now this is a really good point from where we can judge the levels. Have we just seen a team that's going to be able to take it all the way and get to those grand finals, or could we see this team humbled by whoever they go up against, and it really show the audience and all of us here as well in the team that the levels of skill gap really between the player base, because I think one factor that really does make an esports strong is having that skill gap of not just having a strict you're either bad or good, bad. Of course, I'm not using Lekovic as an example in that regard, but really having those levels in between where you can work up a scale and be able to see that difference in scale as something like a tournament like this progresses.
Yeah, I mean, again, I will mention once more that we have the luxury of being able to follow them through their run to the next round of the bracket. So as we do go in intermission, we're going to set up that next game for you, and we'll be rejoining you in just a bit.
Looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. Tight. Something's coming. Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go kill. Intermission time.
and gentlemen, welcome back from that short intermission. The My Pet Hooligans Community Cup continuing to bring some absolute bangers as we are just after seeing Tempest Blue completely run through their opposition, to say the least. I mean, a dominant performance throughout, both of the individual and as a team, and we'll have the opportunity to continue to stay on board with them into the next game, as they will be facing off against Mana W3. And you know, I do just wonder going into this game, are we going to continue to see Tempest Blue perform in such a fashion where we could maybe see them go all the way, or are Mana going to get in and really disrupt the flow that Tempest Blue has managed to build up for themselves? Really could go either way.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. You know, disrupting the flow. I think that I like that. I like that phrasing a lot as well. I think that we follow Tempest Blue, and we're going to hope that, you know, the teams up against them are going to be able to put up a good level. They're going to be able to put up a good show. On the other side of the bracket, actually, just to give an update, it is the Fluffy 4 up against NXG. That was the team that we were following earlier on in this event. So we're going to see just after this if they're going to be the ones to actually meet the winner of this game. So we could very well see the Tempest Blue Fluffy 4 clash, which could very well be like the meeting of the minds in some regards, right? For as long as we're, you know, to know about what's going on with these teams and to understand how these players like to traverse these maps and what weapons that they are most proficient in. I think that while I do think these two teams have looked really good and they've shown some pretty good individuals, the one thing that I have not yet seen any of the teams that we've seen just yet show at the same level has what we had seen from Shadowburn. That guy on the European side of the bracket, frankly, was a different animal entirely for me. He just seemed to understand the movement in this game better than any other, in addition to the fact that he was able to shoot back also to a level that met pretty much everybody on the other side of him in tandem with his movement abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone on this side of the bracket should be very afraid of what is waiting for them on the EU side come tomorrow. I mean, look, I know I'm based in the EU side, may come from a bit of bias, but even you're saying it yourself, right? So we're being honest when we say that there are some really strong players on that side of the European bracket, and it will make for a great grand final, to say the least. And you're right, we haven't really seen anything of that level yet, but in saying that, the games that we've seen, especially from Tempest Blue at the moment, you know, and to no offense to the opposition that they were playing, but the opposition didn't put them in a position where we had to see Tempest Blue really pull anything out of the bag that was truly top level. Ultimately, they just rolled around as a team, picked up kills as a unit, catching people on the individual. You never really saw a certain play style crop up. It was just a kind of a constant flow pace where, look, even though it's a team deathmatch mode, you know, teams do play them differently compared to like a public to competitive setting. But the way that was played that previous game, it felt like a public setting team deathmatch where it was kind of rolling through without a care in the world, just getting the job done and being efficient in doing so. But now going into this next one, potentially going up against higher level opposition, so we could see the actual plays that they pull out of the bag, and if they decide to hold kind of more of a positional sense instead of strictly chasing the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we do get into that, before we jump into our next set of games and see what's in store for us, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer, and intermission due, as we will take just a minute or two to get things squared away and ready for the conclusion of this next set of series.
Look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you, and all my dreams came true. I met you, and all my dreams came true. are bound. 'Cause, oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said...
Well, folks, we are back. One of the shortest intermissions you'll see, but thankfully so, as we're practically ready to get this game underway. The server finally ready to take these two teams, and you know, we were talking about this game before, building up the hype, building up what we might see. But you know, we were talking a lot about what we did see the team, you know, in that previous game bring to the table. But you know, were we negating a little bit of what Mana may be able to do? I mean, we did touch on it briefly, but Mana could cause the upset here. This is the first time we're getting to see them on this broadcast. We can't count them out whatsoever as we look at Clayfowl. Don't know why I struggle so much with that, but Clayfowl with that plunger sniper. If he's as good at the plunger sniper as he feels he is, considering that's his favorite weapon, we could see that do a lot of damage to a side like Tempest Blue, who like to move around the map quite openly.
I do agree with that. I think that this set of maps that we have in terms of traversing them is very, the word wouldn't be different between the lot of them. I was going to say awkward. That's not at all the right descriptor. I think that just definitely different in the ways that you can make your way up and down and around. It's going to be a curious one, and this one of the most of them all. And seeing as, you know, the skateboard really isn't the most important part of this map. It's really those bounce pads, being able to get yourself high and low.
Yeah, well, also just I feel like I've been painted with a bit of bad blood here now that Tempest Blue is in fact in red. I wasn't touching wood when I said that earlier, but how thankful I was that it was the way. And but folks, if we say the blue team, we mean the red team, and if we say Mana W3, it means the blue. Tempest Blue versus Mana 3 now getting into this game one, and already you see Mana 3 trying to get those key positions up at the top of the building. Vinny trying to chase around, not really getting up top though to begin with, and it looks like Mana are set up in the better positions, but can they make that count with the first wave of kills?
This is the first wave of kills.
Trying to do the damage there, it looked like as well, but those shots not quite landing. Just trying to do the damage, and actually being told by the production team as well that Clayfowl was a standout player in the grand final of the previous solo tournament, was around the top 4. That information is to be believed. So we are seeing a top player on the side of Mana as well, so definitely some better opposition for Tempest Blue to play against. More even game to say the least, and already looking like that is going to be the case. We're seeing a slower pace, nearly a minute and a half gone. Mana getting the first 2 kills, and Tempest Blue have been made weak there over on that side. So many of them on low health, desperately trying to find some health around the map. And Mana, credit to them, they knew they got a lot of players weak. They have not pushed off those positions. They are just holding, playing patiently, and we could have a longer game in our hands here as they pick up a nice 2.
Sorry about that. I was having a little bit of an issue with personal, but you know, these things happen. Now back into it though, and fully locked in and loaded, just as Mana seemed to be against the Tempest that we had built up to be one of the better, one of the more individual. You can see now that although that may be the case, it's still going to be a battle of them not shying away from these fights, just not being able to unfortunately win any of them, as Mana have just swept them off the face of this very limited space. Even still 8-0 is astonishing compared to what we were trying to build up in the way of a storyline for this team. A number of colored rosters in this entire tournament as well. You know, we've got our blues, our reds, our greens, and the like to be able to live on in the name of the organizations they represent, but sure would be a shame if a lot of them were knocked out before they even make their way to the final, an investment that's short-lived.
I am stunned by what I'm seeing here from Mana, by the way. 12-1. I mean, we did talk about Mana potentially being able to disrupt the rhythm of Tempest Blue and sort of be a real indicator of the skill gap that can be there between the varying levels of teams. The fact that we've seen Tempest Blue virtually do this to their opposition in the previous game, only to have it done unto themselves, is just a true testament to the varying levels of skills of these players, as Mana controlling those top areas, and even in positions where you think Tempest Blue are going to be able to get in and pick up a few kills. They just don't have the shots to match Mana at the moment, who are just completely dominating in all aspects, and dare I say it, we could be seeing an absolute shock 2-0 in our hands here if Tempest Blue can't find their rhythm quickly. And Mana, again, just holding those positions. We take a look as well, 7-3 to 2-2. You do have Mag TGO picking up the most kills for the side of Mana. Massive the fact that he's able to do that, but just a cog in the machine. That is Mana W3, who as a whole are playing strong. Meanwhile, we are on Clayfowl here with that sniper in a sniper war versus Vinny, but who will come out on top? They're both taking pop shots at each other. One-on-one battle there, but it is Gela who actually manages to take out Vinny in the end. Maybe Vinny focusing a little bit too much on one player, negates the other, and gets taken out. But Mana 18-4 now. Tempest Blue barely getting a look in at this one, and 15 minutes 40 left to go. That timer is not going to come into effect whatsoever, as Mana 19-4 will be looking to wrap this map one up surely within the next 2 minutes, as again they just chase down the kills now and doing exactly what Tempest Blue did to their opposition previous, starting to catch them out in 1v1 areas, getting pushed up on their own, and or getting pushed up to the people on their own, should I say, and making light work with them. Another 2 kills coming in there. That feed has been nothing but blue for minutes now. 23-4. Tempest Blue. Vinny's got 2 kills on the board. The rest just on 1s or 0s. This has been a complete shutdown.
Yeah, definitely true. If this is the kind of game that we're seeing here, I mean, like, what's even possible for the rest? It's like bigger fish to fry, I guess, mentality, right? Like, you see one, eat the other, a bigger one appears, just one after another, they engulf one, and it just doesn't seem to cease. I mean, these teams just show more and more of these kinds of shots you don't often see. In particular, I think we begin to scale, and we were talking up the game of the European Asian, right? That was the bracket which had shown so very much in the way of shots. But this is just a different animal, where it seems that, like, it doesn't seem to let up with the team's capabilities and what they could actually bring through. And this doesn't even begin to show the entirety of the sides of the bracket.
Yeah, and Mana taking that one 30-6, and Clayfowl there with the 10 kills. And one thing we have to note that we seen right at the very death there, we seen Clayfowl manage to pick up 2 snipes, then turn around with the paintball gun and pick up a third, finding the 2 weapons that he likes the most, the sniper, which allowed him to be aggressive from his position, and then that paintball gun allowing him to defend that position around the back, finding the 2 weapons he seems to work with the best. And we said he may not be lying when the sniper was his favorite, and yeah, he didn't seem to be lying whatsoever. I mean, we were talking so much about that European side, what they have to offer, why teams should be afraid of what's on offer there in the grand final. After a performance like that, I think we have a very strong grand final on our hands if this team makes it that far. But what we're seeing here could be countered by the next round. It's so hard to be able to tell now, because the way that this Tempest Blue storyline has unraveled, unless it changes in this game too, it really has blown the storyline wide open.
Yeah, I mean, we just got to kind of keep our eyes locked in on this second map to see what they really have, because if they can continue with these kinds of performances, if they can show us consistency, that's going to be key going down the stretch of, map after map and series after series, to where obviously maybe potentially these could be flukes, I guess, so to speak. I don't think that would be the word, but it may be an overperformance, so to speak, right? I think definitely it makes a lot of sense to say that they need to show this sort of a level consistently if they're going to make us believers for the long haul. We go into map by map basis, and this might be just, a specialty map in some instances. I want to actually get a little bit of an introspective into some of these teams and what they think their best maps are and what they think that their best strengths, and not even necessarily the gunplay might be in terms of their positioning, or maybe they have like a movement player. We were discussing that earlier in the stream number 1, the idea of roles and how they kind of play into most esports in general, and what each player might be designated to in these positions where, okay, like this guy's going to play farther back with a sniper rifle most consistently. This guy's going to be taking the aggression with the shotgun. And I know I'm reiterating the same point that I had made to you, but for the people at home, this is something maybe entirely new. So we can tread over the same tracks, right? And I think that that's going to be something in terms of the evolution of this game that people may have in terms of discussions a little bit deeper.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the evolution of the game, it really could go either which way in terms of how that goes. And, you know, I am just wondering, going back to what you were saying about maps, is map variety going to provide such a difference going into this one? Because, I mean, have we seen a situation where Mana has just found their absolute favorite map and we could see a way more closely contested map number 2? I mean, if I had to have a personal guess, I would say no, but it's something that we can't avoid, in the sense of, we've seen in this game already that maps mean a lot in terms of the play style that you bring to that particular map in that setting. And obviously what we're loading into now, a completely different map in terms of the layout, in terms of those points of interest, as you know, we maybe see that OK bar and grill be sort of a key point of verticality that teams try to hold, but for how long they hold it is the question. And if Mana get up to that strong position and continue where they left off, they could very easily make short work of Tempest.
They could. Very well could. Kleifel actually was, I think when you had mentioned earlier that he was playing in the solo tournament, right? And he was one of the top contenders there. I guess, no offense, didn't really seem to mean all that much towards the very end of things, to where I believe it was, what was the name? Colby for Carrot Force. He didn't really seem to show up in the server towards the end stages in that final, where, I mean, rather the European Asian final, that was just something entirely different of an animal of 5 players, right? Where, I mean, Colby was the player to highlight, and we didn't really get the chance to see all that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Mana, it seems like early doors here, they've picked up where they left off already. Just 1 minute gone, 4 kills in, controlling that key position. And what does amaze me about this as well is how quickly all the top teams in this game have found those key positions, right? Because in a lot of other esports titles, you take solace in the fact that, you know, teams kind of understand how that title works already after a couple of years of playing it, so they figure out the key positions. But so quickly teams have sort of picked up those areas that I think are going to remain key areas in these maps unless something fundamental about the game has changed. But, you know, talking about fundamentals, Tempest Blue trying to maybe resort back to a couple of their fundamentals in the sense of the distance that they hold here in this game, slowing down the pace. And perhaps the right thing to do was picking up 2 snipes. They managed to claw some kills back. Still have a lot of chasing to do in this game and in this series, but sort of starting off on the right foot here, where you go 4 lives down early on and you just slow it up and try and get those picks. But if those picks start going the opposite direction for them, they'll be in real trouble.
Gets a little bit kooky now as they take more space to hide. Mana playing that long con. Is that the bullet drop off for these grenades that they're launching right now is an interesting concept as well, to see just how far the detonation can be set and how far that they can read into it, you know what I mean? Trying to really get a little bit of an arc on that thing to get it right where you want it to land, and obviously detonation in the middle of the air is less than ideal, but right now you can see that there are so many shots being rung through from both the sniper rifles and the grenade launchers in tandem. Not the, I guess, usual pairing of weapons you'll see fire back and forth at the same time, but even so, you see Mana eventually close that distance, and they look good while they do it. A nice pair of kills and a nice swing onto Serpent, who's just on the other sides of this wall and left out in the middle of nowhere. It does nothing but damage onto one member who's actually able to escape scot-free, as all the other players have already been dealt with. The respawn's too far gone.
Yeah, now 8-2 Mana. They are just picking up the kills. Kleifel once again popping off 5-0, getting a little bit of health there when his health bar got a little bit shaky. And then Magto, Kleifel combining for more kills as we're descending into a little bit more chaos now as these teams are getting pushed up into each other, and that suits Mana way more, it seems, as they just link up together. I mean, you've Ravi caught on his own, he's going to get practically insted, and then they're going to turn around for that third as the second happened off screen, and they just are turning and burning at the exact same time as each other, just splitting these Tempest Blue players apart. And Serpent there up on his own, managing to get away with his life. His teammate is going to be there to try and pick up something, but looks like he's going to get wiped off the face of the map by Kleifel. He's managed to retain his life just about and pick up that health was virtually non-existent, and get that kill. So good moment of staying the life, but he very much is stranded in that position with players hunting him down. Now full health, going to try and do some damage, but that paintball gun just shredding into pieces. Tempest Blue, for every kill they get, and they feels like they're being punished for it with 2 or 3 in return.
It's that multi-trade potential that we see from some of these rosters, and it's been in kind in this game, in this series, as we see time again. Not really much in the way of response to come through from the side of Tempest Blue, where we had once maybe believed a little bit more in them and put them up to the people. They get torn down right in front of our very eyes as our belief slowly begins to subside, as double digits has soon become 20 almost. And Mana become the new boys on the block. The predictions that our production had for what the matchup was going to be in the round of 3, the one to follow this was going to be Mana and Fluffy 4, and we had seen Fluffy 4 once already, right? We witnessed a pretty good game by them, but this is just, again, scaling to a different level entirely, to something that we could have never imagined for it to be, the Fluffy 4. I mean, if they did manage to make their way over NXG, they're going to have to show us exactly what they had previously and then some on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. If the Fluffy 4, if all they have to offer is what we've seen in that game 1, again, no disrespect to them, but it doesn't touch the levels that Mana are bringing here. But credit to Fluffy 4, when they did play, they played a very sort of defensive game in that game 1, so they showed that they can hold up in the defensive areas against opposition, but whether or not they could do it against opposition like Mana 3 is soon to be seen, as Clayfowl with another 2. Is he going to get the 3 here as he sends Serpent on the push? Does he actually know he's behind him? Maybe a kill here. Going to come in from the side of Tempest Blue to get them over that double digit, but Clayfowl is playing his life, trying to avoid that flamethrower ultimately getting taken out. But again, you know, you're having trades coming in. Della managing to pick up one, 10 to 27. Tempest Blue, doesn't matter what you do from this point, too little too late, as Man and 3 are about to get this one wrapped up.
It's wonderful. Not really anything that can be said other than that. It's about as easy as it can be at 12 to 30. It's Clayfowl, who continues to impress the the likes of those who had seen him once before in the ones, as this is going to be the team setting and scenario in which he begins to show that he's a little bit more than even just one player, right? He's a hive mind now joined up with the rest of his squad, and he makes it look easy in some regards, as he plays at least for a third of his team's kills, nearing the halfway point by that 30 mark. And I feel like that's the kind of level of player, that's the kind of separation between good and great that we get from these teams that we expect to make their way deeper and deeper into these runs. But also in that same regard, we had seen a lot of the teams that had been their best in the previous bracket almost at the same level between all 4, about that 7-8 kill mark and ratio in the games that had gone close and competitive, and those are the kinds of biggest ones.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, you know, one thing that I think is for certain is that the script has been thrown out, things have been shaken up, and this tournament really could go either way at the moment, and we will be back to see more of it after a very short break, so don't go anywhere.
Look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you, and all my dreams came true. dreams came true. And now we're looking around to the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming. Intermission time! You know what that means. Time to change your diaper and get another snack. Maybe shake out the carpal tunnel. Intermission time! You know...
What is up, my fellow hooligans? We are right about ready to jump back into what has been a packed day already of games for this game in its, I guess, founding stages of its competitive scene. As we've seen it develop and grow over the course of just today, we've seen a lot of evolution in terms of what is capable and what is kind of a baseline of how the game is supposed to be played. And we've worked our way up to expectations on some maps with some guns, but Zep, we do have some player highlights to get through for you to talk about those sorts of weapons and those sorts of items.
Yeah, well, I mean, we take a look at what Finesse is going to be rocking here, and shocker, it is that plunger sniper. A really standout weapon, a really strong weapon, which we have seen utilized to perfection at times so far in this tournament, but Finesse is going to have to use it, I mean, to perfection, not to use the term again, but he really is going to have to in this case if playing against opposition like Mana, who are so strong. But going up against Clayfowl, who himself also choosing this weapon, we could be seeing the battle of the plunger snipers here. And you know, if we were betting people and we had to say early on who we think could come out on top with that, given the decimation we were just after seeing against opposition that we thought was top tier until that game, I would have to say Mana 3 could be the team looking to come out on top. But playing on a map for this map one at least that doesn't really suit that sniper as much, so it'll be super interesting to see what weapons these teams go for instead of that.
Yeah, that's a very valid point you make. Got to take that one into consideration when seeing these guys, especially if we catch them in a head-to-head. Finesse taking the street route, actually effectively circumnavigating the lot of the Fluffy Four in that regard, and getting just around them if he'd like to. Instead, or excuse me, of the Mana team, I flipped that around in my own head. If you would have liked to have gone that direction, you might have actually had a really nice jump on them, but doesn't actually commit to the idea, doesn't commit to the bit. Now we can just catch them hopping around and about on their separate places of stay, as the movie theater is where the Mana team would like to hang and chill, while the Fluffy Four are looking to buy their ticket and punch them in soon enough, but instead playing that distance game just across the way. It's a war of attrition as to who will find themselves bending first at the whim of the other. As you can see, that Finesse is out in the middle of nowhere on that very tight place to play from. It is going to be him blown to smithereens as the first shot does come through.
And you know, I feel like I just need to shut up in future when trying to predict tactics. After me saying that the sniper and therefore kind of the long range wouldn't be really the way to play this map, of course both of these teams instantly picking up two positions where they're going to be playing far away from each other and resorting to those, you guessed it, snipers and rocket launchers. I didn't think that they would resort to playing this map in this way, but I've been proven very wrong, as now the Fluffy Four trying to get rotated around and get some damage done here, going on the chase, realizing that it might be better suited to try and go on the aggressive and see what they can do here, as ultimately they've managed to play their lives really well. 2 minutes gone, only 1 kill on the board. A testament to the way both of these teams are playing with a bit of respect towards each other at the moment, just trying to feed each other out, not over-committing too early. But you wonder who is going to smell blood first. Who is the team that is going to realize that they have an opportunity against their opposition to get a wave of kills going and extend the lead? So far it's come down to just a couple of picks, of which Mana have been on top of both times, as Mag TGO going for that chase now. Again, players from the Fluffy Four doing a very good job of staying alive, but not able to in that instance, as 3 turns into 4, and Mana, you know, also staying alive and getting the kills on top of that. So 2.5 minutes gone, 4 kills on the board and 4 kills on the lead. Good stuff, good start for them.
Probably the least amount of kills we've seen come through to this point, actually, in terms of recent history, as far as I'm aware. I mean, 4 kills really ain't preaching that much, and let alone the 0 kills for their adversaries. It's been a bit of a slow start, but one where when they do get their engagements, Mana, like you say, are the ones who are coming out on top, and pretty heavy-handedly at that, without much in terms of like worry. Not really much doubt in the minds of the players that they can win theirs. Finesse yet to find himself onto the board despite being one of the MVP listed players, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you had said that Mana is the team that you're going to be going for in this one, given what we just saw, right? Yeah.
That would be the ones.
With that being said, it's already being put to the plan into test. It's kind of a little bit of a siege from the top side of that roof from all different directions coming out from Fluffy 4, but it's one after another, and where they pop their little heads over that wall and they're instantly sent packing. It's another 4 kills with nothing to show for it from the Fluffy 4.
Yeah, Mana just playing this so well, and you know, I think I ought to retire as an analytical caster here, because it has been pointed out to me that this is in fact an excellent long-range weapons map, so that has really shut me up, to say the least. But a fun fact that we have also been told is that the building is actually a real movie theater, which is a little interesting factoid for all of you to take. And the Hooligans often go inside and watch some short film or hang out, because remember, folks, within the full game as well, you do kind of have that hangout area, and you know, getting to traverse that a little bit myself prior to getting into casting this game, I did see it as an area and thought this would be a really cool hangout area, and it turns out people do hang out there. And I gotta say, it is a beautiful place and a beautiful map that Mana are taking full advantage of here at the moment. So much credit has to be given to them to be managing to play their lives so well. And you know, what was a very slow paced beginning, usually when you have that, you have trades coming in left and right in terms of the picks, but Mana not putting themselves in a position to get picked more than just once, as it is Oh Smoke with the only kill for the side of the Fluffy 4. Mana in complete control with 5 minutes gone.
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy 4 definitely have hung out to dry, as Mana pinned them up by the hair right
like
now.
That one.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Definitely needing to find themselves a better advantage point, because it looks like the 2 attempts that they've had thus far, one of which being a full frontal assault with 4, the other being at the same point in time the 4 players attacking from 4 different vantage points, also not really panning out for them, but you can see that they have gotten the kill thanks to the explosive sent out by Big Black Carrot. But in a little bit of a compare and contrast to what we had seen in our first stream, pardon me, is that when that kill transpires, you would have expected them to kind of jump on that opportunity to get there in a man advantage, but they don't. It actually kind of costs them, as Finesse is the one who pushes the issue and finds himself in the dirt.
Well, you have to give so much credit to Mana here, painting the kill feed blue, still standing on top of that movie theater, providing truly some peak cinema, as they are just completely controlling all aspects of this game at the moment. The Fluffy 4 not finding a way in whatsoever. They're always having to try and restore back to that rooftop that they began on, but to no real avail, as Finesse trying to get moved up now and get round the back, and will be accompanied by Oh Smoke, but Clay Fowl has eyes on them along with Gela, and they're just going to rain hell from above here, going to make light work, and then 1 kill down, about to be another, and that push instantly nullified. What's been really scary about this game is that even though it's been at a slow pace, the Fluffy 4 have posed literally no threat to Mana here at the moment. Not once has anything been broken in terms of the way that they want to play.
Kind of like how this looks right now for Mana, for sure. They've made this rooftop their home, not really wavering from it. 8 kills is definitely an accomplishment in and of itself right now. I think that if you can remember all the way back, I know it's been a long day, I think the highest scoring game we've seen from an individual was 16 kills at the end, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know,
sounds about right.
In the running for that, at not the halfway point of the timer, nor the kill count right now, with 8 already posted as mentioned. There's time to come for that to be extended even further beyond. No easy way of getting about that will it be, but, you know, just taking a low ground approach. They just taunt or something?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was landed face first.
Oh, that's
anyway,
what it was.
Which wasn't the
That's
best
what it was,
play,
yeah.
and wasn't able to get up in time. It was an interesting play, to say the least. But Mana have afforded themselves, I think, a little bit of that luxury to be able to mess around, maybe try things new, and go about the gunfights in a different way. Maybe they're just going to actually try and take it to the opposition now. They're going to get a little bit more aggressive and try and round out this game, because they've reaped the rewards from this slower pace, and maybe going to try and claim those rewards now with a little bit of a faster pace going into the second half of this game.
See how much they can make in the way of reparations for what they're owed now, having claimed this land. The Fluffy 4 have been forced away so many a time. This time, though, may just be falling victim to their own strategy of the wrap around and about, but Black Carrot again. That shotgun, as consistent as it can be with 2 kills to them. I think it's 2 kills for him, 2 kills for a pair of others just as well. But you know, it doesn't really do them much good if they can't continue to take advantage off that. And you can see that Finense's pistol has made its way under the scoreboard, and Big Black Carrot finding a small orange one, gets that HP now reinvigorated into this fight as he rolls his way back and around to support O-Smoke, the lone player towards the top side of the roof against the top frag, HP in his hands, and now O-Smoke's got to get some of his own. He rounds the bends around the vents and needs to get himself into a higher position before other players are to arrive, and when they do, they are all around and about him. It's a fight that may determine just how this will go for a moment's notice to follow up, and this O-Smoke will fall. Finesse will get his teammates left, just stranded it up, where Finesse has got to do more, but when he's unable to do it, Black Carrot who gets there, but too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, the Fluffy 4 have done a good job of pulling back some kills here, but they still find themselves over double the amount behind. You have Dylan now on 10 and 3 with 8 assists as well, so being involved in 18 out of the 20 kills. Mana still completely dominant. The game plan certainly has switched up a little bit here, as you could argue maybe Mana getting a little bit impatient and wanting to see this game through, and playing a little bit into the hands of how the Fluffy 4 want to play. They're going to have to revel in the chaos a little bit more if they want this game to come through. They need to stretch Mana out of their power positions, and it's a strategy that seems to be working in terms of making the scoreline a little bit more respectable, but there comes a point where you have to stop pulling the opposition team towards you and start taking it to them, which so far, I mean, they haven't really been able to break onto that top cinema building even once and be able to sustain anything up around that area. So there's still a lot of work for them to do, but credit where credit's due. They're having a good stab at it here.
See that, frankly, the level that we had come to hope from the Fluffy 4 isn't all there, but you know, it's not like they laid down and keeled over and died, right? It's not like they just took that early lead sitting down. It's still a respectable finish if they can get a couple kills more. Obviously, being the first of 2 maps, there's always room to regain that mental as well as just reform on a new map, as we're talking about, as you're saying, just as well throughout a majority of these maps. There's always a difference in play style. Right now, it's kind of just been the same old for Mana, as they just regain that rooftop fight off of it every now and then and again as they see the players get closer to them, and once they notice that they've got an incision to make, they can always just fall right back to old reliable. If there's anything consistent about it, it would be that, but now they're kind of just chilling around and hoping and waiting the Fluffy 4 to press the issue with only under 9 minutes left now. It's that halfway mark that starts to feel the pressure mount, and they kind of just need kills outright, no two ways about it.
Yeah, I mean, if the Fluffy 4 want anything to come out of this game now, they have to be the ones that go aggressive, because Mana will, like, look, they'll want this game done sooner rather than later to be able to move on to that next game, but if they are forced to go into a position where they have to run this clock down, they'll absolutely do so, but may not even have to do that, to be honest, as any time the Fluffy 4 peak in such a way, they are taken out rather quickly. I mean, they've been completely controlled now in the positions that they occupy. Mana up by 11, 25 to 14. Gela on 12 kills. So to go for that sort of at least tie with the record 16, it's kind of it's mathematically but very unlikely from this point. But 12 to 3 is a very, very strong score line to show yourself as a star player going into the back half of a game and of a tournament as well, where you want to be kind of staking your claim as one of the top teams in the world and picking up
in the world. That's funny that there is like a world scene that you say it. It's not even an exaggeration.
It's really true, isn't it? Like a World Series, like the fact that we have to do like a European and then take a break and come back to cover the NA side of things, and again, it's a massive testament to the reach that this game has gotten so early on.
No truer words could have been spoken into existence about it, and really, I mean, just kind of delaying the inevitable right now, Fluffy 4. I mean, maybe just go for that full reset at this point. I mean, get your kills up, sure, play for the KD, whatever, but what do you really hope to gain by hiding effectively, with Finesse being the only one giving any sort of a forward engagement, just jumping with the sniper rifle? It's not an ideal way of trying to get your way back into this game, just hoping you hit a pop shot. You're going to have to hit a whole hell of a lot of them for that to be worth your while as a strategic standpoint to be exposed. And, I mean, managers don't really care. like they're willing to play this rooftop no matter the case. And Qualifier, even though he eats that, he can just kind of play around and about to jump and find his HP as it were to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, having the HP so readily available on that top cinema is such an advantage of having that position. And yeah, I think the Fluffy Four may be thinking that they're frustrating their opposition playing at this top cinema, but Mana are the type of team that they're just, as you said, they're happy to sit up there. They'll have this run down, they'll know they have the victory, and they'll know they have their opposition stumped. So yeah, it really is a stalemate, to say the least. But kind of neither team's really getting anything out of this. It tends to get into the opposition's heads, but it's not really going anywhere. As once again now we're seeing people get a little more active, maybe finally realizing that the reset needs to come in, as they're trying to take out Smoke, who's setting some pop grenades in, but to no avail, as once again the position's being taken up on those back buildings for more sniper shots. Mag TGO with a good snipe, only one more needed to finish this game off.
Yeah, Smoke got shattered right there. Very well done. Very well placed was that bullet, as it's a medium range sniper kill once more into a map that isn't really all too favorable for them. You'll be able to find the kill here and there if you thread the needle, even still in finesse. Nearly doing the same as Qualifier, who's able to get away with his life, only just that little bit more. And oh, here it is. Here's that abuse of the outer rim. They're not going to see him. He's going to get there, but he actually doesn't look to take the fight. Seen two players, better than one, but even so, Smoke taken low. They probably just want to isolate one of those two players, and they can kind of run in their bodies at this point. I think that they may as well. And Smoke caught from the rooftops above. It's Jello with 14. It's not quite a record in terms of the records of how many kills you can get in a map, but it sure as hell is enough to get them to map 2 with a lead.
Yeah, get on that 14, Mag TGO on the 7. I mean, it was a pretty dominant performance. I mean, ultimately, they were quite ahead in that scoreline, and the only way that that scoreline was able to be kind of condensed just a little bit was through the game being grinded virtually to a halt in terms of the pacing of the game. It was sort of a tactical slowing down of things. It didn't really have any effect in terms of taking the lead. It was more so just trying to stem the bleeding, but bleeding out in that case was inevitable in the way that they did it. Mana again, should I say, looking strong. The Fluffy Hour had very little in regards to answers, and we go into this next map now. It doesn't look like they're going to have found any answers whatsoever. Yeah. I don't see what they've taken from that game to be able to go into a map number 2, because you can't play to kill the game the way that you did in that map 1. It won't work for taking a lead.
No, definitely not. I mean, starting the game off hot is one idea, and then you can kind of just play the game of, cat and mouse with the positioning that you have, depending on the map, as we had seen earlier on. That's a strategy that's entirely viable. Again, map dependent, of course. There's always not very many options in some, to where you can kind of get caught off guard onto an opening to where you might not even know exists around you, or just a surrounding flank that you also aren't quite anticipating in time. But in wide open spaces where you can really target and isolate each one of these players that are going to try and find their way towards you and stop them in their tracks before they can even arrive. I mean, key and point, you're already probably thinking about it, is that map with the wide bridge along the edge that you can kind of play from. We saw that one team actually had a really, really strong set of ideas that they could just poke and prod with the advantage and, take their kills. They got their advantage. They lost the kills, but they still had a lead into where they could hide on the other side of the hill and say, yeah, you take your map control. All good. Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah, absolutely. That map, Central Park, there's just so many different ways that you can play that map that are sort of outside the norm of what we initially expected. And I think as we do get ready to go into this next match, we'll be hoping to see some unique gameplay come out again, as we are in the factory map, the actual name of it being Candy Factory. We find ourselves here now for game number 2. Mana trying to get the job done here. The Fluffy 4 desperately trying to take us to that map number 3, but again, with such a key position being that verticality on top of the factory, it feels like that's going to be something that is just so in Mana's favor, that as soon as they get up there and can control that height of the map, that it's going to be very hard to take them off it.
Yeah, haven't really seen a whole hell of a lot of this map. It's probably one of the least that I've seen played, but still getting the reps in and getting an understanding of it is going to be important. Is definitely an interesting little set of ledges and things you can skate along. Is finesse manages to escape death in a very stylish manner, name implied, but even so, it's already right out of the gates a much more explosive map to play through with not much in the way of hiding. It's a game style that may very well favor, pardon me, the Fluffy 4 in comparison to the last.
Yeah, for sure. Already far more mixy than before, because even though we did talk about that verticality and being able to get on the top of this factory, you can do a lot of damage in factory as well from being able to play through the underneath as well. So as long as they can stay alive on the fringes and work their way into these areas where they can hop up on top, there's so many different lanes in which they can take it to that top area that pose a threat against Mana, who, you know, as we guessed, are very much seeking to control that top area. So now after that wave of kills, Mana are on top, and we're yet to see how they actually utilize this top area, keeping the Fluffy 4 on the fringes, it seems. Are they going to be able to get the picks from there and just start building up those kills, or the Fluffy 4 are going to get themselves weaved in through and maybe even get the picks themselves and start pulling ahead with a lead of their own?
Possible indeed. Can't find anything following that opening. Breathe, split it. I guess, I don't know. I mean, listen, maybe we were a little spoiled at the very beginning of this entire tournament when we were watching these games end so quickly, but I would like to see them get a little bit more scrappy. I would like to see them go up in each other's grill and try and make a statement in terms of what they're capable of as players with their aim, mechanics, not being really put on full display between these two teams, in my opinion. And that's something that I think in comparison to the last games that we had seen is, I guess these guys are looking at a mirror almost, right? Like, they kind of play that same game style, but at the same time, we had seen them not ego the other team, but, you know, show full confidence in moments where they wanted to go into full swing and take their duels, into which in this one, they kind of play it a little bit farther back, tiptoeing around each of these extremities, and then eventually jumping into the when they feel like the time is right. But when the time is right is kind of an objective, or rather subjective way of thinking about things when it comes to the Fluffy 4, because they've not quite yet been able to show that timing's quite perfect, I guess, in theory or in formula or in practice. But here, they've at least been able to keep it competitive in the early stages, and not really something you could have been said in the last. Here, one good shot could be the difference maker and a tide turner to what very well may be, you know, space to be gained. But what in God's name?
Another explosion, it seems, of the sniper there, the plunger, just spiraling out of control. But now 6-6, and I think you're completely right. We're seeing both of these teams just really happy to kill this game. I think showing respect to each other to the kind of ultimate level here, which I think going deeper into this tournament is going to be a detriment to whatever team that manages to actually get themselves through this, because what we've seen on the European side is teams who are able to decimate all the way through and take it to their opposition, and the fact that it's being so hard fought already, and I think, to be honest, we're just seeing a case of Mana not really wanting to take any risks, probably knowing that they could take the risks, because we've seen the way that they can decimate teams. The Fluffy 4 are just as insistent in making this game as awkward as possible for Mana to play, and Mana are kind of reading that and going, okay, fair enough, you want to make it awkward first, we're not going to take that risk, we're going to try and just close these games out in the more long term, so to speak. And they once again do take the lead 9-8. It is a little more scrappy in terms of that scoreline, but in the way that it's played out, it's again very similar to before, where, you know, 9-8, so only that amount of kills with nearly 5 minutes gone. It's just an incredibly slow pacing that's not even slow for tactical sake. It's slow for slow's sake, as these teams try to figure out how they want to go and fight against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some more of that same old from the side of Mana that we had seen on that last map. It's consistency that we were talking about that we're going to need to see from either of these two rosters. Hit them against more aggressive, capable teams, and I think that one of those teams in particular is going to be the current finalist awaiting their arrival on the other end. I think that it's going to be that Forcana team that could very well, you know, just show everything that they have in terms of skill right out, and, you know, not play into the hands of like, oh, okay, we're going to do some jump peaks and try and get some info whilst also putting some pressure on you. No, it's not going to be very easy when you've got somebody skateboarding circles around you, I don't believe, but that's something that we'll have to wait and see in good time, because this game not even yet over and truly put into pressure. The Fluffy 4 find their lead back, not by 1, not by 2, but by 3 in quick succession, and now Mana, they've got some serious second guessing to do about their own game plan moving forward. So their consistency is not quite there. They're going to need to change the playbook up, because it's mag to get 1, but escape not an option.
Yeah, terrific break coming in there from the Fluffy Four, who, you know, we've talked a lot of dirt about maybe the strategies being employed in this series, but maybe working to perfection in terms of frustrating Mana, luring them in, should I say, to a false sense of security up in those top zones, just to push up and really take it to them. And now getting a little bit more aggressive now that they've gotten the splits through 12 to 16, and continuing to sort of fly at the opposition here, but kind of doing so, I think, a little bit more singularly, which will be a danger, as Mana have already done a great job of regrouping here and trying to take shots up onto that top factory. But 12 to 17 now, the live difference, or the kills difference, should I say, actually extending, as the Fluffy Four utilizing this control far better than Mana will, which I think Mana will be shooting themselves in the foot over, because we know they're capable of it. They just didn't showcase it when they were up top. I think they just did get a bit too comfortable and a bit too safe with the control they believed they had on the map.
Definitely be closed, as well, you know, we've seen be able to take matters into their own hands previously, but 1-for-1 that just keeps them in the conversation, but doesn't quite give them anything much to write home about. And immediately after respawning, getting killed, that's unfortunate. Really in a position to where, you know, he can get away from that duel, and even with like 1 HP for practically, the big black carrot is able to get away with their life, and not collateral damage as the rest is now. I mean, this is going to need to be a little bit of a jump down from the rest of Mana, because Jella doing what they can, needs supporting cast, and when that doesn't arrive in time, it's kill after kill. Things get awkward for decisions that get a little bit hasty, perhaps. I mean, it's the rifles pulled, the ball gun, rapid fire succession, looking to just collect onto kills, but really nice maneuvers out there, I will say, from SV. I mean, frankly, also not a name we've said all that much in the last map, or maybe even in the last series, but certainly pulling their weight and then some here and now. 5 the distance. It's not yet over with. There's a will and there's a way.
Yeah, Mana are really trying to regroup here into these power positions. Not quite getting there yet. Potentially could be able to catch Black Carrot on his own, but Black Carrot getting a kill. Got a big kill at that as well. Now moving up, and the support was actually behind him there as well. As Mana struggling a little bit here, it has to be said, picking up one. That this pace has gone to 90 out of nowhere, as most of the teams realize that they have to take it to each other, but that's suiting the side of the Fluffy Four. 19 to 25, Mana in what's quickly becoming a virtually impossible position here. 6 in the difference, but only 4 to go before we will go to a map number 3. Make that 3. As the Fluffy Four look like they're going to do it here, shockingly enough, we're going to see a map 3 seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, that is certainly one way to get back into things. I can't say that I was entirely all that much of a believer after that first map. I didn't see it being, you know, completely out of the way. I had mentioned that in that last map, actually, that it was, you know, not embarrassing enough of a loss to where I didn't have any faith at all, but it was going to need to be shown. It was going to need to be brought out in full force, and I think that we can say that they left nothing on the table. They left, or rather, everything on the table. No regrets in that one to close out. And map 3 now being set up and readied, I think that one is going to be something that kind of makes a difference as to our view on the rest of maybe this bracket as well, because we've already kind of looked at these teams as our I won't say favorites, but, you know, certainly known entities in some capacity, as the rest of the rounds of 3 are yet to conclude. That there's no clear path into the next team that they will be seeing, but it will be the victor of the God's Disciples and X-Borg. So that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, the way that map played is really a bizarre one to me. Like, did we see a moment of genius from the Fluffy Four where they just played so slow throughout the 2 games to frustrate the opposition so much, to lull them into that false sense of security to the point of where they snap the fingers and up the pace, it catches them off guard, and all of a sudden they're ones in the driver's seat? Or did we just see the game kind of go dead, and then they're the team that has the realization, hey, we need to do something different here, and that difference seems to work? Whether or not it was something that just came up on the spot, or whether it was all part of the long-term plan, it's yet to be seen. But, you know, I think it was fair to say that throughout the majority of that game 1, the majority of the beginning of that game 2, it was leaning on the, you know, not to use too harsh of a word, but has to be said, leaning on the more boring side of things, given how sort of dead the game was being played in terms of not really even utilizing those positions of power or utilizing the movement to try and get in between. It was very much just picks. One maybe moves up, one comes back, a sort of a stagnant affair until that switch up. It really has turned things on its head here, and I do wonder if the same strategy is going to be employed now going into map number 3. Do the Fluffy Four smell blood, realize now that they can push forward against this opposition and we get a more aggressive game, or the Fluffy Four going to try and have a repeat of what we've just seen, slow that game down and wait for that right moment to strike? Because regardless of what, you know, our thoughts may be on what it was, the game plan worked.
Yeah, it worked, you know. I mean, like pen to paper, they make it look good in practice, and in theory, it was looking a little bit questionable here and there, as you mentioned. During the map itself, we were kind of being a little bit skeptical, but for pretty good reason, you know, seeing what we had already witnessed, and now having an understanding of what it means to see it in full swing, into full effect, into full success, and also see it at its lowest potentially. We've kind of got a little bit of a barometer to be able to play between, to where we can gauge what's going on in the server, whether or not we can see a future for success if it isn't working immediately, and maybe a crash and burn if we see a flip script from the opposition to where now they've successfully experienced failure. I guess it's a little bit of an oxymoron, but, you know, maybe it's successful failure if they can go in through it and understand what they had done wrong, take it on the chin, in which we had seen happen a couple of times in the previous best of 3 series that we were casting in Europe. Not often. I think that that's something that they can take away pretty strongly, though, especially considering that their level that they've shown. It's not like a blowout and then another blowout. It was a good win, I think a pretty nice win, and then kind of one that feels a little bit more of a sting, a little bit more of a momentum coming into that pain. But we go into a third map, and I'm curious to see what the map in particular is, because that could be the biggest difference of them all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we got like a Central Park, for example, it completely switches the makeup of this. And oh my God, I swear to God, folks, that was not planned. We had a 1 in 8 chance, and I hit the nail on the head. Central Park we go, and these teams are going to be racing for that motorway. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be a mixy start.
Oh, it's got to be the Mana team right now. Clearly, I mean, the only player who can even remotely get to beating them will be SVeal, but it's going to be a fight to the death for him. He's going to need a little bit of help to get there and have any sort of a chance at life. A sniper shot actually ringing through. One from the backside of the bridge and another from the top of it, as Finesse will be downed by the ladder, the former, to miss the mark and the money, and now needing help and maybe a little bit of a repositioning is from down below. It's O-Smoke who waits at the ends of the bridge, and it's SVeal who goes from the beneath side to try and catch them on a little bit of a jump. But it's not going to be easy, especially after having been spotted in the waters below. It's shark infested, as Mana, they look to bite. Not quite getting any more than that 1 kill, but certainly keeping them in a disadvantaged position.
Yeah, but again, it has to be said, the fact that it's only 1 kill, you have to give massive credit to the Fluffy Four. Again, they rarely sacrifice a lot of lives. We never see them get into a position where they make the push, and the sacrifice from that is a 4 down or down by 5 due to a couple of plays. No matter what the play seems to be, unless it's a go for broke play where there's trades left, right, and center, we never see them sacrifice more than 3 or 4 at a time, which makes them a very difficult team to play against. Mana have to be really careful with the ones that they pick, because as soon as they turn around and get aggressive, they could be the ones punished the way the Fluffy Four arguably should have been punished. So the Fluffy Four, you see them at the bottom of this motorway here on the right hand side. They are playing patient and being rewarded for that, getting an initial pick, playing from the down low, trying to work their way up top. It's one of the more unique ways I think we've seen the motorway played so far, is we usually see teams try and get up on that top end rather quickly when challenging. However, the Fluffy Four are happy to challenge from low, it seems, and just consistently remain a threat. Meanwhile, with the black card going underneath to try and kind of orchestrate a little bit of a pinch to get round your back and draw some attention, as Mana, they're playing together now as a 4 and trying to get pushed up. Again, the Fluffy Four holding on, getting another trade, keeping it up again at 2-2.
Weird set of fights. This is just like shots in the dark being sent out by these two teams on the trajectory of the explosives. It's not even really, I mean, a matter of accuracy from either of them, but now, I mean, you'll see a little bit more of that as the respawns are forced, but SVeal needs to be traded there, like absolutely has to be, and can't be found an HP on barely any health bar. I didn't actually see any health left onto the bar by the time he reached the health. It had gone back to full, but counting his blessings right there is Carrot's kind of left out in a difficult spot where 2 players are ready and awaiting him, but then the shotgun of O-Smoke arrives just as quick. I want to play the waiting game as to just how, you know, often mana do extend for those attempts at chasing kills. Because that one, I mean, the initial failure to find Esfiel is one. The second in an attempt to find Black Carrot a success, immediately traded as the 1-for-1, negated effectively. But beyond that, they've experienced only what can be referred to as a failure in those regards. But still, I will say, with that 1 kill advantage, we're seeing a similar story that we had previous to where the Fluffy Four are the team that need to make that next move. And Clyfal, how are you even standing? Ooh, did we get a crash?
I think
we had a crash
in the game. I believe it's still going on my end.
I think Clyfal crashed.
Clyfal has crashed. Oh dear.
Oh, he respawned. Okay, it's all good.
Poof, had me worried there for a second. Touch wood that we
respawned.
Yeah, we've not been getting any major issues in this game, and hopefully it does continue to stay that way. As I have a feeling the pace is going to slow down right now. The Fluffy Four conceding to the fact that the breaking of the top isn't going to quite happen. So now we're seeing the playback on those hills where they are just going to sort of play that little bit of guerrilla warfare, hide behind and try and get those snipes and rocket launchers, because again, they get a pick or two. All of a sudden, they're able to sit back and wait, but Mana will employ the exact same ideals, that they'll just be able to sit here, a player up, and not have to do too much except for just defend that base whenever an attack comes in, as it is now. The pace of this game could slow down completely. It really is up to these players. As Black Carrot picking up 1 with the grenade.
Well, that's so dangerous.
Really dangerous plays there, as it's now evened up 6 apiece.
When you're trying to take those rapid fire paintball kills, I mean, that's fine, right? But when there's bombs thrown in your face from that same range and it's a linear roadway, it's going to be a game of dodgeball, really. And I mean, they play it and they win it out. They even managed to find the kills they were looking to with the weapons of choice. But in close range proximity, the sniper not getting the quick scope that it wanted. But they can't overextend now, or maybe they could, as there are a number here no longer on the bridge. It's a good pack that they could push through around the statue. Continue their way onwards and over as O-Smoke is low. Carrot not that healthy in his own regard, and 1 bullet will do it for O-Smoke. That's an easy one. At any distance, if it connects on the shots down range, it would have been him in for a world of pain. But now, I mean, I guess Fluffy Four have room to take that bridge, but it won't do them much good.
No, definitely won't. Mana going for a little bit more here to try and extend these kills, and it is so far going good for them. But in saying that, trades coming in, and it looked just for a second like the Fluffy Four were going to come out on top with those kills, but Mana trading them out and getting the majority. Looking for another one here. Clayfowl looking like he's going to be able to get it against Finesse, but not quite doing the job yet. Again, a testament to how well they stay alive, but ultimately to no avail. Getting taken out there. 14-8. Mana a few kills in the lead now, and the pace going to begin to go up as the Fluffy Four, they're going to begin to be in panic stations, you would think, as they now realize they're chasing this game. And just like that, they are only halfway towards the kills of Mana in what was a 2 evenly contested game. Mana deciding to get aggressive and reaping the rewards of that, as they are now decimating this opposition.
It's definitely going to be as close as it would be in you know, that last game to what we would have expected from the first, but this one, it seems to have strayed off the beaten path in terms of competition. We'd seen a little bit of a resurgence late from the Fluffy Four in that first map that was just too short of a comeback, but it also, at the same time, isn't really even near enough to the same scoreline to where we could see that without some absolute blinders to come through it over the railing.
Oh, I've literally just noticed that now and I won't be able to unsee it.
All good, regain.
Listen, it was because they needed to do some road works, alright. You see the carnage that's happening. We're literally seeing Organized Anarchy here on this roadway. So they came in, they did a quick job on it, got it repaved.
Intentional.
Just didn't get the lines painted over it yet. The council is back to get it finished any day now. They have promised us. I just imagine.
City is voted.
Yeah, I mean, the city's budget is a little strained given all this warfare that is going on with the residents.
Yeah, and then, you know, that they've got to get like the cleanup for all the, you know, highly explosive barrels just placed around the area for fun.
Yeah, sort of a safety hazard there. You know, if you're a bunny, you're taking your pets, whatever Bunny's pets are, for a walk in
This
the
is
park.
Robot Land, because look at that statue. That's Mr. Robot. That's the Iron Giant.
Oh, it's Robot Land. Oh, yeah, and we all know they love explosive barrels. That makes so much
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. And this is a 24-9 scoreline to which, I mean, like, Mana can really afford to just run up these kills. Great movement there from Jella, bobbing and weaving between a pair of explosives from either side of him, eventually to blow up. But even so, what a wonderful effort in order to get even that close. There goes Mag, getting right into their mouth. Maybe one shot to come through could be a quick little kill, but they don't seem to have any fully automatic rifles to find him. Eventually, actually, they will pull it just in the right moment, but now things are getting a little bit dangerous as they're giving up these numbers one by one and one after another. But Cliflow on the jump. It was attention taken by Jell. No smoke not ready, and neither is S. No ammo left into the weapon causes him to fall short of the refrag. And now knowing that one is stuck out into the open and just beneath the bridge will actually find him. What was that?
I have no idea what it is.
Just 180 sliding past him?
I think he might have.
Thought he was dead to rights.
Gotta give a lot of credit, by the way, to Clayfall once again on 12 kills. Talk about like a consistently strong player who's always been pulling up the numbers for his side. You know, we were told he was one to watch, and we were absolutely not mistaken on that. He's one that could potentially take Mana all the ways. They're just 1 kill away from taking this map number 3. 29-15 with the timer nearly halfway gone. I'd be shocked if we get that halfway gone. Is Clayfowl looking to get that final kill in a little bit of trouble here? Is he going to take out Finesse? Doesn't quite. It's Magto that takes out Black Carrot, and Mana come away with that 130-15. Massive congratulations to them, and commiserations to the Fluffy Four, who put up a good fight through some of the more interesting tactics, I think, to say the least, that we will see throughout the entirety of this tournament, and tactics that nearly did serve them well, as we saw in that map number 2, but ultimately Mana turning up the aggression when they needed to and showing what they could really do, which I do believe they were holding back on for a while during that series. I think they could have taken that aggression sooner to the opposition on multiple different maps, but bringing it out when it's needed most and getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we are going to be moving into what I believe is our will this be our 6th game? I think we're gonna be going into, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's
or
game
5.
I think
5,
it's game
yeah,
5,
that's
yeah.
close. Yeah, I'm just counting is getting difficult day by day, dude. Trying to get those done, as we do have that one already awaiting us and our arrival. I'm not sure whether or not it's already begun or not, but it is going to be the God's Disciples versus Exporg team, and the winner of that is going to play Mana, who have moved on to the next round, and that will be the round of 4. So we will be throwing it to a little bit of a break before we do figure out who will be joining them in that next level. So make sure that you guys get yourself some water, go to the bathroom, and stay tuned.
Looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around to the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. Tight. Something's coming. Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go kill. Intermission time. Cue that.
Hooligan Communities Cup. Continuing over on the NA side of things, we had a really interesting game there that we were just after watching. A rather lengthy one, a sort of tactical affair that ultimately ended up going the way of Mana. But now we move on to our next game, which will be God's Disciples versus X-Borg. We are getting sort of to the back end of things now. We've seen teams on both sides of the pond, EU and NA. We've seen the round ones, round twos. We had the EU broadcast previous, of course, us covering the NA side of things now. Getting really down to the nitty gritty at this point. We're really seeing the best teams from the NA side. We've already seen the best teams from the EU side, who, of course, are awaiting the opposition here in the big grand final. That will be on later on. But yeah, Big Boy, what a name. And what a weapon he has in his hands as well, as we take a look at that paintball gun. We have already seen some really strong players use that weapon to a good effect. And we were told that's going to be a great all-rounder weapon for the stronger players in this game. And definitely proven right on that. The amount of players that I've seen pick up something like a sniper or whatever it may be, and then constantly have that weapon in the backup, because you can pick up 3 weapons as well, as far as I'm aware. That paintball gun always seems to be the backup for any mid-ranger situation.
Repo smoked you. Okay. That's pretty good. You got to say that out loud and tell somebody. I guess he would be the repo in question. Oh, I just realized that you load that shotgun from the top of it with those pellets, I think. Oh, no, you don't. Never mind. I thought there were holes in it. But either way, I think it's pretty self-explanatory that this game is going to be one that they look to, you know, maybe bang out sooner rather than later, knowing there may be 1, if not 2 games up ahead of them.
Yeah, and as we're getting loaded in here, game number 1, God's Disciples X-Borg. Map 1 is the Playboys area. We've seen plenty of this evening. Will this one be a little more faster paced than the previous series that we're just after watching? We will soon see. XBG Big Boy riding around on that skateboard atop of the cinema, getting control of it early, but getting very quickly pushed off by God's Disciples, it seems, who are eager to take him out and do a good job of doing so. But 1 apiece now, not even a minute gone. Again, vying for control of those key positions. It looks like God's Disciples have that position, but not in a position to utilize the strength of it yet, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, I do kind of get what you're saying there. I mean, moving into this one, positioning of this movie theater rooftop that has been, you know, like the key to a lot of the success, but Liger will be found actually on a drop-down player, and it's kind of weird that they're just trading off their spots on this rooftop one after another. It's kind of a back-and-forth affair in that way. With nice tracing there from the pink gun of Mark. It's not easy to make work there, as his crosshair placement is good and the movement of where he aims is even better. The crash landing, lucky to be alive after having hit it. Bombed off of the rooftop and not able to hit a trick in time. Onwards, trying to, you know, reclaim their land, and 3 players. It took a little while actually to find that frag, but doubled up, get their way back in just 1 step at a time. It's going to take that.
Yeah, I mean, X-Borg so far doing a great job. A couple of kills in the lead here, and on the side of God's Disciples, not many players, I believe, on the kill board as of yet, but, you know, very early doors, not even 2 minutes gone. But it has to be said, X-Borg, while they may not be controlling the key positions, they are still getting the kills. They are getting mixy around the map. They're enjoying the movement side of things, and always just seemingly catching God's Disciples in places where they're on the roll. They're not necessarily taking on that team engagement up top, but rather just dealing with the stragglers, as you have Exquisite here trying to dance around virtually on his own, and may get punished for that unless he's able to pick up a kill here. But getting mixy inside the cinema, we haven't really had much of a perspective on this as of yet, but Mixfest in the cinema, leading it to now be 5-9. X-Borg in the lead by 4. We'll be looking to keep that up. God's Disciples needing to change things around here to pull this back, but that's not happening yet, as another kill comes in from Explosion, now meaning that they are 10-6 ahead, as, you know, it is a little bit tit for tat, but ultimately X-Borg a few kills in the lead, looking to stay that way, and push coming once again back into the bottom cinema, which we're really seeing utilized on this map for a change. It really is the first time that we're seeing this. Yeah. And God's Disciples still chasing to get back into this one.
Yeah, certainly so. This rooftop held by Big Boy is soon to be actually found from 2 in the back line, I can only assume, as they want to get closer and closer and make that a 3rd, and he's kind of forced off of it. The issue now pressed, and he'll not really go any farther beyond that one to give away his life potentially there, as shots are sent by the snipers. It's the fully automatic rifles from the deeper end of the paintballs that are sent in the same direction, but little to no connections. Eventually bugs. A little bit of damage, but nothing lethal. Same goes for Hooligan. Can't really, I was gonna say I can't really imagine that they find him, but a shot right over the top side of the roof there as Shine Exquisite sends an explosive and sends him packing. No chance of redemption there. No chance for equal refrag as they get closer and closer to bridging that distance of 2. Not that far.
God's Disciples, they're hanging in there. They're slowly but surely getting into a position to pull this one back, and against good opposition as well, because out to us. Oh, a nice grenade coming in there from Xborg. And you know, on Xborg as well, they have won tens of championships in multiple different titles as well.
Really?
So they are a really strong team to face in this round. And you know, Repo Smoked You just getting taken out there by Lurkin, but Repo Smoked You is actually a player who has won a recent My Pet Hooligan skateboard trick competition on social media, which, by the way, My Pet Hooligan does have those kind of competitions often. So if you want to keep your eyes out for them, make sure to check platforms like X or Twitter, as us oldies are still going to be calling it at times. If you want to catch any of them, they will always keep the social media posted, and make sure to go follow them as well over there, folks. And if you're watching from X as well, you know how great of a platform it is. But Xboard, a very strong team, and the God's Disciples so far holding up against them as Repo Smoked You, trying to incorporate some of those skateboards tricks into the movement. Not really picking up those kills though as of yet. Now nearly tied up, 15-16. This game's getting tighter as it goes on.
Definitely true. 10 for Lucan, and what the, oh my lord, look at the distribution of kills on the side of Xborg. That is a very different story that's being told from God's Disciples, but it's Xborg who find themselves into the lead. That is 13 to go, and now it's Lucan on track to set the record for most kills for an individual in a map played. As the 15-minute mark that catches him pistol pulled and sniping one out of the air at range, a distance that doesn't seem to matter to them, but traded eventually. It's Weber. Any more than that, just going to be the regrouping of these God's Disciples players before anyone else arrives to spoil the party and spoil the fun. As in and through the buildings, they've gotten traversing the land, cleared out everything, and made it known to where the remainder of these players are likely from. And Lucan now going for his reload. His Shine Exquisite is smoked right on by. See the tire marks, or the skid marks rather, I guess, from the wheels. They aren't tires. That'd be an interesting skateboard, to say the least. I wonder if there will ever come a time where they have different skateboards, unique skateboards to choose from.
Well, I mean, listen, with a game like this and the things that are being utilized, the options are limitless for what they could decide to add to these games when it comes to skins or potentially even different methods of transportation. But you know, going back to what you were saying on the score, I have to point out what you were saying, like Lucan on 12 now out of the 22, make that 23. I was literally about to go on a whole spiel about how it's not really working if one player is doing so much of the heavy lifting, but as soon as I go to say that, some Xbox players start picking up a couple of kills, so maybe that'll be enough to get them over the line. But God's Disciples, you have to give them so much credit for the way that they are working together as a team. They're getting in and around positions here and keeping themselves in this game. Oh, that was a close one, but you know, a testament to how important team play is in this game. You have one of the strongest performances we're seeing of the entire tournament, and they're barely in a lead against the entire team who are just consistently keeping up average numbers.
Certainly true. And inside of the building, you know, escaping death only momentarily, as there's a number of them rounding the same area of the Rabbit Hood. It's the movie to see, I hear. Cineplex not so far around the bend, but I don't seem to wish to pay to visit all that intense kills that go the way of Xborg just a moment ago. Eventually go back in the way of the God's Disciples. But Lucan, what have you just done with 3? A pistol at the end of it. And he's tied up the kill count for the record that we know it as. With one more between him and setting it, a 17th would surely do it. And it's Lucan who hits the top of the roof and sends shots down to Liger 55, who's in the red but can't be found until Big Boy steals it. I say steals it, but needed it in order to close this one before it got too close for comfort.
Yeah, Xborg managing to close that one out 32-24. God's Disciples putting up a hell of a fight, but I mean, when you have a player like Lucan who can pop off as much as he did, you really do not have as much hope. And there was a period of that game where it got really close and Lucan was the only one pulling up numbers, to the point of where it was kind of an issue. You could have looked at Xborg as a team, kind of analyze and broke down and say, that's not right that one player has to do that much heavy lifting. Other players really need to be picking it up in certain areas. But to their credit, I think in certain instances there where I was about to mention it for the first time in that game, we seen a couple of players decide at Xborg pick up a couple of kills, bear the load just a little bit. And if any of the players in Xborg picked up just half the kills that that leading man did, the game was all said and done, no problems whatsoever. But God's Disciples showing very clearly they play well together as a unit. And if they can continue to do so on map 2, there's a very good chance they take us to a map 3, because that one was closer than it should have been.
Yeah, that's definitely to be the case. I couldn't agree more. Is that second map? You know, we talk about moving into that next. It's the best of 3 against Mana for potentially these two teams, right? And that's going to be a big one. But you know, that's in a little bit of time again before we even decide whether or not it'll be that case. We're going to have to take a little bit of a hiatus.
But look at what I found, the sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time, it never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along, I met you and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in, because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming.
Well, folks, looks like we are back and getting ready to get ourselves underway with game number 2. That game number 1 was an absolute heater, to say the least. We had a player, and the name escapes me because, again, folks, forgive me, it's about to hit 5 in the morning here, so the eyes are glazing over. But a player, I can assure you, one of the players tying up for the top amount of kills that we have seen so far in the tournament at 16. Very, very easily could have been 17. And that was just an immaculate performance, to say the least, from him. And, you know, Xborg really proved that on the singular they can do a fantastic job, but they need to link it all together. And now going into this one, God's Disciples, they've proven they can work together as a team, and on the long term that usually tends to work for teams better. So God's Disciples in a great position to potentially take us to a map number 3, especially on a map like this.
Ooh, okay, so we're switching it up now. We're kicking things back to where I feel like they had all began for you and I once more. This is a map of many different opportunities, to where these 4 players initially begin separated and split apart, and then onward get the swing of things. This actual initial engagement to where they would rather not separate the distance between them, and it works out extraordinarily well for God's Disciples there to find themselves a quick 4-0.
Well, I believe it actually is Xborg that done it there. We had a little bit of a color switch up.
Oh, we did, okay.
It is Xborg who get that 4 wipe to begin with.
Damn.
And, for any fans of God's Disciples, may have just had a little bit of second of hope there that was quickly pulled out from underneath them. We can only apologise for that, as God's Disciples retreat to Carl Burger for an extra large Carl Burger with extra cheese. But not going to have time to wine and dine here. They're straight away getting pushed by the side of Xborg, but credit to them, they're holding on. But Big Boy in with the minigun kill. God's Disciples early on in a little bit of trouble, but let's see how they answer back here after suffering that wipe.
Seeing now as Mark just sits his waiting patient game with a pistol pulled of all things. Is this like the weapon to use at this kind of a distance?
Yeah,
is this like
maybe seeing a new meta?
Is this like the headshot potential being pulled out more than anything else? I guess well, could be, I guess, with the accuracy at range on the taps, trying to just be as accurate as possible. But I mean, Liger making good use of the pistol. Luke in the same story. It seems to be an epidemic as Repo Smoke, he blows himself up. It allows him only to respawn, but leaves his teammates in an awkward position where they need to frag out. And when they can't, it gets awkward, but the respawn is good enough to be able to lock them in over into this area as they're kind of split at 1-to-1. Same could be said for either team, though, so overextension, something that could very well become a quick problem for either side. But, you know, God's Disciples reining themselves back in and getting closer in that way, make it all the easier for them. But Xborg split 2-2. Are they just going to go from both sides of the map and push forwards? That could be something interesting.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm just going back to thinking about that Mark play and what we seen with that pistol. Maybe he was just messing about, but is there a possibility, as he said, you're kind of talking about being a headshot gun, but he's there using it again. Given the accuracy with the weapon and the quickness you can tap with it, is it one of those weapons that you use at a distance to consistently keep the opposition weak for your teammates to be able to go in and finish the job? Maybe it's just the most consistent at just taking that first 10-20 HP off each and every individual for the push for Xborg to then go in with that HP advantage. Maybe I'm slightly overanalyzing there, but I'd be very curious to hear from the side of Xborg if that would actually be the case, because if so, that's a really unique strategy.
We do like a unique strategy. We are fans of the unique strategy, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely.
That's something that we're gonna get maybe a little bit more and more of, is especially the culture clash of how these two different regions may meet at the penultimate head. May differ, but Xborg off to a swinging start and continuing onwards with that and chasing down the kills they want. Is actually, I thought it was a different player that was taken down from the low HP, but it was Liger just behind who they had found just the same onto that critical level. And that's, you know, 13-5, where it feels like every move Xborg make, whether it be them separated at separated pairs, you know, 2 and 2, or whether it be the 4 of them, or one player taking matters into their own hands, and Lucan and Matt Pryor previous, seems to always work out that way. In the minigun, it's good in the damage output, but committing to that fight and realizing where your HP was, you got to make a choice, and one that's a difficult one at that. And Lucan able to double up there with nothing back, whereas Weber's got his back turned and may actually be in for a world of hurt if Lucan finds the help, in which he does, skates around the bend, doesn't follow any further beyond that, other than just scaring him back and away as he forces them to regroup. He also forces them into a corner.
Lucan has just been playing so well throughout this series, and Dare I say, if Xborg make it all the way, do we have a Lucan versus Shadowburn scenario? Because I mean, two top tier players for top tier teams, that could be like an MVP story to be told if it does go that far. But of course, still plenty left to go for Xborg before they can even think about that point. But 17-6 now, making arguably light work of God's Disciples here, who look, they are trying and they've had their moments, but ultimately only having one player there above one knockout. And you know, because of that, things just aren't really working for them. Lucan on 11 and continuing to fry. 6-19 now. You think for the side of God's Disciples, it may be all but over for them here. They've put in a great fight, especially what we've seen in that map number 1, but I think Xborg have really hit their stride here.
I tend to agree. I think that hitting their stride in a moment like this is going to be solid, seeing as they kind of need to prove themselves moving onwards to where we had already determined who they're going to be playing up against in Mana, like you're saying. Mana, the team that we had, given pretty good credence to. Not certainly maybe not as dominant as a win as a 2-0, including one that could very well at least be close in the 9 double digits. I don't think that will be the case by the ends of it, but even still, it's as close as it'll get. But I think you mentioned this a little bit earlier, as well as you thought that initially it wasn't going to work to leave one player do a majority of the heavy lifting in the same way that Lucan had, right? But will it? Because, I mean, maybe it will against a team just as... Oh, they actually killed themselves and their opponent. But it actually might work against a team like Mana in a moment to come, because that's a group that we had started to tout as more of a widespread 4-player sprint to the finish line where everyone had to be in the right place at the right time, to where really only Lucan needs to be in the fragging positions and potential.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. Like, I think a really strong team should ultimately be able to find something against a side that only has one player absolutely popping off for them, right? But there's so many variables in there, right? It's like, why is Lucan popping off? Is it purely because of his level, or are we going to see a lot of assists from his team? Or maybe not even assists, but you know how it is as well in terms of gameplay. Are they dragging players out of position, and Lucan is just unbelievable at having that finishing touch? He's like, you take it like soccer, for example, for those of you watching in NA, it's like the striker in soccer. They're ultimately tapping away the goals, but it's the work of the defenders, the midfielders, to create the opportunities for those goals. Perhaps Lucan playing that type of role for his side. But Lucan also no slouch with the assists, now on 8 as well, which means he has had 20 knockout involvements out of the 22 for Xborg. So an absolute master at getting involved in where it matters most. But meanwhile, on the sides of God's Disciples, we talked about in that map 1, they played really strongly together as a team. While they are sitting back and that Exquisite is not too far behind Weber, it has a far more disjointed feel about them compared to that map number 1, and I think Xborg are kind of reveling in the opportunity to be able to just get straight into their faces a little bit more on a map like this. Like, I feel like in a map like this, there's nowhere to really run and hide. You have to get mixed, you have to get engaged.
No way does
Eventually
he
that
win
defense
that.
isn't going to work, and yeah, as you see there was no way he should have won that, but that just shows, I think, the confidence levels now have dipped for God's Disciples. They realize their time has come.
Mark takes an initial 1v1, gets him down into like 10 HP. He runs away. Liger comes back to an already softened up Mark, loses in the engagement in the 1 versus 1, effectively toe to toe. He scraps with him and cannot do anything about it, as Mark elevates himself to that next level, to where obviously 12 of the 26 is Lucan. The other 12, or rather, the other 14, math is hard, have got to be coming from somewhere, and they've been doing it well enough to the point where it isn't going to be that one player running away with the game this time. It seems like there is at least a number 2, a clear, that has been able to help out. As Bugs gets himself involved, so too will Lucan be able to multi-frag once more, and although he might not have hit the kill count from the last, won't matter. They've beaten out the score once again, 30-14, and a 2-0 for X4.
I need to point you in the direction of something right now that'll blow your mind. Lucan, 14 knockouts, 13 assists, 27 out of the final 30 of the knockouts having some sort of input from Lucan. That is an absurd stat. Virtually involved in every single knockout that happened in that game. So you talk about a player that is integral to the win, and we talk so much about him, on that individual level, just being able to pick up the kills, but he is really no slouch in those assists either, which I think is something that is going to scare all the opposition that remains so far in this tournament. What a fantastic performance from them. And, you know, God Disciples, you could tell by the way they played, they're no slouches whatsoever. And they absolutely got, I think, destroyed in the end up on that map too.
And with you know, some time to go before we get our grand finale set for tomorrow, you know, the stage set, it's just a little bit more waiting to be done as we do get ourselves ready for our next series. That one was one of the quicker ones. Let's see if the next will deliver in the same fashion. Stay tuned.
Looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. Tight. Something's coming. Intermission time. Cue that elevator music. No, I mean it. Cue the elevator music. I want to feel like I'm in an elevator during intermission. Do 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 do. Game back on. Go.
Well, that one was, a little bit different. It was a 2-0. It was relatively fast. It felt like it was maybe a little bit slower than it actually was, but at the end of the day, it was a very, very well put on display from the boys. It was the Mana team awaiting the God's Disciples and Export game to conclude before we went into our next game that will be now. And that one, I actually don't know whether or not it's going to be that team or if it's going to be on the opposite side of the bracket we start with. But I believe we are going to be starting with the Mana versus Export team, seeing as they move forwards. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see who these players are and just what they're capable of. And let's see what they're going to be ripping out into this server.
Yeah, seeing Clay foul, as we've seen before, with that sniper, has proven already in what we've seen of him so far in this tournament that he can do some major damage with that weapon and will be looking to do so again. As his team's going to need him now more than ever. Reaching the business end of the tournament, you want to be doing as much as you can, but meanwhile, you look at Mark with that paintball gun. I mean, honestly, that thing can rip and do so much damage, as we said before, when utilized in the right areas. One of the best all-rounder guns, to say the least, and definitely proved that he can pop off with that in certain instances as well, as we've seen before. It's two terrific teams facing off against each other here, and we are straight in, missing a couple of the early kills, it seems, as Export with that early lead, 6-4. What seems like a pretty tight one. I mean, 10 kills with not even a minute gone.
Somewhat of a rarity for you and I to be able to get into these games and for them to start this fast. I mean, this is just something completely different in terms of pace. And the last game ended, they jumped right straight into it after the intermission. Usually we've got, them having a little bit of a break going for them, but this is insane. This is one of the fastest we've seen. I mean, it's good little change to feel. It's always good to see a pace change in general, to know that the game has different styles of play that are viable and not just a one-way street to where domination and utter speed is possible. It's high-level players with high-level capabilities and aim that get it done too. We're less than 2 minutes in, and they are just going at it.
20 kills already in less than 2 minutes. I mean, that is absolute insanity.
When was the last time we saw that?
Say? Yeah, I mean, because it's been a huge change of pace for us, and you really analyze play differences from between NA and EU, and one thing that can be said is, I think in the NA side, the plays from a lot of these teams, for the most part, have been way more tentative than what we've seen from the EU side of things. What they do is kind of a bit more slower paced, a bit more calculated, but that's been thrown out of the window on this one. 9-14 already, no signs of slowing down. Export seemingly absolutely loving the pace, and Mana seemingly happy with it too, as they are looking to continually get pushed in. Fair, one of the mixier maps where you don't have really any choice except to get in there quickly. 24 kills gone, with us being 2.5 minutes down. I mean, those are crazy numbers, continuing to stack up, as well as Export picked up another 2. 16 to 11 to 17. We can't even keep up with the scores. This one could be done within the next minute for all we know.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is a trendsetter right now. I hope this continues into the second map, not for the sake of time, but for the sake of getting to see some action like this, getting to see them really get dirty down into it, and their fingers have gotten some scrap under their nails. You can see that even still, top of the server, Hooligan, the man of the match in the previous, needing to be said, and he's gone above and beyond in a step in the right direction, having quickly made this turnaround a possibility. It's time out for Mana that they had to regroup and regain, as Mark is low on HP, still taking shots over the railing, trying to support Big Boy, and Mag is in no place to do a thing about it. Mark is finding impact on a limb. That is critical, and that is a difference in what it means to be a winner in a map like this.
Yeah, Mana starting to struggle with the pace a little bit now, as they are 10 kills behind. What was very much a tit-for-tat affair is now all of a sudden turning in to not a rout. I think that would be a little bit too harsh to say, but Export just finding the waves of kills. It's a constant 2 for 1 now at this point. Big Boy, Mark combining for another 2. Gela with 1 against Mark with the trade, but they're in no position now to be able to catch up Mana unless they change the game style, which I think in map number 1 there's no point really in doing so here, as Export continue to pop off as we're following Bugs in this panoramic view, just absolutely soaring through that warehouse section, getting ready to decimate whoever is ahead of them. And God, Export, this is such a strong performance, and hats off to them. So much credits due for how they're playing this, because they have stunned Mana.
Keep that kind of a stunner can carry over into another map as well. Momentum, the way of this map in isolation is one thing. Going into the rest of the series completely other. I mean, what a turnaround. I mean, you and I were talking about it a little bit into the pre-show for the last, like, these are the kinds of games that we've been missing. It really just gets you going, you know? It really gives you a better feeling of how this game may be able to be played, as opposed to something that seems very slow-paced, I mean, drawn out, and some teams might not even know why they're doing it. That's a game where I feel like they know exactly why they're taking the pace straight to their opponents, throwing their momentum right back into their face.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we have had like longer between map intermission screens than we've had in that game. I mean, that just shows how quickly that one flew by, right? I mean, God, what an entertaining game to watch. What a switch up as well, because, you know, as I said at the beginning of that map, you know, such a change up from what we've been seeing from the NA side, where it has been very tentative. It's been very slow paced. Everything's been very calculated. No team really looking or wanting to risk making a mistake, whereas credit to both teams in that instance, just wanted to start off quick. But, you know, I think Xborg, potentially being the slightly warmer team, maybe felt that if they can get in, get that one started quick and take it to the opposition, they can stun them. And while Mana were keeping up for the first little bit, ultimately it did ring true as Xborg just firing on all cylinders. While it was a game for the most part that Mana were only ever 2 or 3 kills behind, within that last minute you just seen that extend to a point. It was a really convincing win, and Mana, yeah, just simply struggled with the pace. So I wonder if going into map 2, will there be a switch up, or maybe are they feeling now after map 1 they could keep up the pace going into map 2?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I feel like in terms of esports in general, as well as for this game in specific, I would probably like to keep the pace up, because we just went with it and it worked so well. And obviously you're in the same kind of mindset that you were a few moments ago. It's kind of hard to just snap like that and change what you were doing in its entirety, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you agree, but, you know, I mean, you're at that point to where your brain is in let's go, let's fight. I mean, we're hitting our shots, guys. Like, let's close this one out quick. God forbid we can't do it. We've always got that third map to go to. And I think that that's the kind of mentality that might separate a winning team, a championship winning team, as well as just from a team that goes deep. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you agree, but what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if you're the side of Mana, I think maybe just slowing it down a little bit until you can get your heads around what precisely is going on with this game and getting some sort of sense of your opposition before deciding then maybe you want to take it aggressive. Like, if you're going to go aggressive or you're going to go defensive, Mana just need to be able to do something that's on their terms, that they're not being forced into. Whereas Xborg, they're going to look to go quick again. They think they can get this one wrapped up pretty quickly. They are feeling themselves. So they're in the driver's seat at the moment. And Mana, it's just about for them trying to at least push them out of the driver's seat so that, as I said, any decision they make is their own. And I believe we are back actually on the same map.
Looks like
completely mistaken.
Looks like a rerun, I guess. Like, you know, I'm for it, but you know what that means? I mean, probably means some more of the same. And I don't know if I'm complaining necessarily, to be honest with you. Hooligan already getting run down by Clive and Yella on the bottom side. So that station there, tires aren't going to be the greatest place for him. But you know, that one player who'd done so much heavy work for them before, lifted up by the bootstraps of his teammates who were able to put forth their best work. And Bugs right around the Rosie, not going to be dead yet. Jella taken down into the red, and he's got a teammate from above to be able to take him down. What is that from Bugs?
Oh my word, Xborg already popping off against 6-2, not even a minute gone, 8 kills in 45 seconds. How do you like it? As the pace not slowing down from this map whatsoever. Mark just holding up top with that trusty old paintball gun. We saw that it was his favorite and he puts it to good use, a beaming Yella at that mid distance. And Xborg having a lot of control. Mana once again, similarly to game 1, even more so maybe, left floundering as Lurkin picked up a 2.
Dude, I can't believe that was one of the most absolute elusive maneuvers that we've seen on a skateboard yet. And this just allows them to take shot after shot at range onto these players from Mana who are trying to claw something back into their favor. And again, just now approaching that 2-minute mark, or approaching the 20 kill mark just as well. Seeing these players up top the roof await the arrival of their opponents, still Mana, you know, fighting with some confidence in their own regard, maybe not able to win out on all of them, but still showing that they've got something to give. And even then, Big Boy with a double cleans and clears that area for them, and Mark regains his land. His pistol, the classic, now pulled out and hopefully put to use, is into the middle of the air as Jella actually able to reset his accuracy before even landing to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after watching, you may notice that I'm slightly speechless here, right? But just the turn of pace after watching the previous games that we've seen has just been something that caught us so off guard. Like, for those of you that have gone for a glass of water and come back, I'm sorry that you've missed the entirety of map 1, because that's how quickly that bad boy got through. And map number 2, it's looking to be, the exact same case. I mean, Gela getting in there for a kill, and Mana now up the top, having control of that verticality ever so briefly, but whether or not they make use of it is there to be seen, as Big Boy trying to get pushed up to quickly go for the retake and export. They're not hiding from anything. They're just pushing straight in for those chases quickly and getting rewarded for it. Gela picking up another kill though, who has been a standout player for Mana here in what has been a case of them trying to take the little victories here and there, but little they absolutely remain, as Exborg as a unit just staying alive in these scenarios, picking up these kills, and now 19-9, make that 20-10, the finish line in sight for this series for Exborg.
And then, yeah, it's gonna be, I think, oh no.
Oh dear.
A disconnect? Do they just walk away with the 3v4 and hope to close? I mean, they certainly could. They're proving that much now, as they already find 2 kills following the disconnect. And this is a statement in and of itself, I think, now, Zeph, if they can make this one work and move on to that next level, even despite that. What could you say? What are Mana going to be the ones that say they want to redo after playing a 4v3?
Yeah, I mean, look, Mana, maybe turn around and try and argue that they have less people to shoot at, but I would argue for their sake there's less people shooting at them, because let's be honest, we knew that this series was going one way, especially when we saw this map come up again. And look, Mana may feel a little bit hard done by that, but it truly is the luck of the draw when it comes to this system of a complete randomized selection. That means how unlucky it's been for you is the luck that may play in your favor some other time, and how unlucky it may be for another team. That's the way it works. It's the way that it balances out, and it just ultimately has suited Exborg to a T here, who after playing a cracking series before has gone straight on to this one, found themselves a man down towards the end of this game too, but as he said, not phasing them whatsoever. 26-14, just a couple of kills away from seeing this one out.
And dude, this just plays into the discussion we were having before. I mean, they can just have Lucan pop off. That's all they need. They just have this one guy win out on his individualism, where he's being isolated with everybody else on the side of the Mana crew, and if they can't compete, then what are they going to do? It takes 4 players now to effectively just body up and try and roll through every member of Exborg if they want a chance, in my opinion. And I don't foresee that being the case. Now, between Big Boy and Lucan, 1 more will fall, and it leaves them within 3. Closing what is a desolate defeat for Mana, having made it this far. Losing at the hands of these 3. It's going to be a little bit of a bitter taste in your mouth left. There will be no full elimination. There will be no lower bracket. It will be them sent home packing in the semifinals of this side of the bracket. No chance at making the actual grand finals, but it will be Exborg in a 2-0 fashion with a beautiful finish to move on into the next in just 1 kill's time, and it's done.
Yeah, and you look at Lucan again, 26 kill involvements out of 30. I mean, Lucan just gets in and gets mixy. I mean, granted, when you find yourself in a 3v4 situation, you are going to be involved in a couple of more of those kills, but for the most part, we're seeing Lucan kind of, I think it would be unfair to say like a one-man band, because you take a look at the stats across the team, they're all combining for assists. So when it comes to the assist game, everyone is having a slice of that pie. But in terms of who's getting the job finished, it is Lucan. And we have seen time and time again throughout the entirety of this cup that getting the job finished on kills is easier said than done, because we've seen a couple of teams who are absolute geniuses in terms of rotating out with their lives when they find themselves on 1 HP or they're getting ganged up on. They pull out that skateboard, execute some immaculate maneuvers that just gets them out into positions where they can reset. But Lucan never allowing that on his opposition, getting in, getting kills, and getting the job done.
Let's see who will move on to meet them in the Americas final. It'll be the semifinal of the tournament overall in just a little bit here. It'll be ET2 against the winner of Lokovacha Green and Big O'Dow. So we'll see in just a moment who it'll be. Come back.
I was just looking around, all the but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. We are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming.
Looking around, oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. Dreams came true, and now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound, 'cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, Holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. tight. Something's coming. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time. So
just about getting ready for the next game, the penultimate game that we will be covering this evening, but of course the grand finals will be coming tomorrow as well, so you will be able to see that one very, very shortly. Lakovica Green taking on ET2 here should be an absolutely fantastic game. Really looking forward to getting into this one. And we were actually told prior to this that, you know, ET2, a little bit of underdogs coming into this one, seem to be surprising everyone throughout. Could they continue to do so here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess only time will tell. That game between Mana and Exborg, you know, on the other side, with Exborg having gone through, they're waiting to face that team to decide who faces Farcana, like you mentioned. Talk about penultimate, right? But we're going to talk about that in just a minute. Before that, we're going to talk about our raffle. It is time once again to decide on a winner. As we did it earlier today, we're going to run it back once again, and it is going to be a little bit of time before we get the winner decided, as our next game will be the one that decides it following. But in the meantime, type !raffle in the chat for a chance to win a MyPet Hooligan merch pack. Not sure what's inside? Well, that's the whole fun. It's a little bit of a mystery box, a crate in which you might be able to take home some serious swag. So do that and do yourself a favor. An !raffle in the chat.
Yeah, make sure to do that now, and I'm sure we will announce the winners as soon as we have them, folks. And I have to say, I said it before and I'll say it again, a merch box, I am jealous, because as we said in the previous broadcast on the EU side of things, this game is chock full of personality, and personality in a game transfers so well over to a merchandise pack. I can imagine the merchandising for this game being absolutely on point. So I would be really stoked to see what you guys are actually going to be able to win yourselves here. So if you want a chance to do so, !raffle in chat, get that going right now, folks, as we will be getting ready to get into this next game really, really shortly. The hype really is here for the MyPet Hooligans Communities Cup, as this game has, this tournament should I say, has absolutely been popping off from beginning till the end. And as we said before, we're kind of reaching that end point of the stream tonight. However, of course, we do have this game coming up and one more after the fact, so plenty of action yet against what will be two of the top teams on the NA side of things. So really excited to see how this one pops off.
Yeah, I can't say enough how excited I am for that. But, you know, again, we talk about getting like a taste of something new. ET2, that's going to be something that you and I are unfamiliar with entering this new territory. One of the players' names is actually Tyler the Creator. So I mean, I'm assuming you know who that is, the rapper, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not really rap literate, but I just about know him.
Maybe it's him.
Imagine, but you know, taking a look at the player screen now, we have Elra01 with the paintball gun in hand, and you know, said it once and say it again about how strong that weapon can be in the all-rounder situation. Of course, it depends how they'll use it though. But then Akemi with the minigun as the favorite, and you know, with the Nerf gun, should I say, we've seen a lot of players use that throughout the tournament, but we've never seen anyone actually have that as their favorite. So bit of a unique selection to say the least, and we'll have to see whether or not they make full use of that going into this game, because that weapon can be a power weapon if used correctly.
Very well could. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, we're getting right into it, actually. There is no time to waste. We're jumping back into this one. And, you know, let's talk about the fact that we have the Lakovica Green team. I was talking before about how there were like 3 or 4 different colored teams for a couple of different organizations, Tempest being one of them, but Lakovica Green making it this far. They've made their org proud. And the color green, when it comes to teams, I feel like isn't typically the one you'll see make the farthest. So let's get some representation out there for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lakovica here, already starting off 2 for 1. It's not been incredibly tense start up, but it is ET2 who are going to be getting into those power positions here early on. As the underdog, they are going to be looking to sort of utilize that sort of narrative to be able to maybe take their opposition by surprise. But of course, when you get this far down a tournament, when you get to this level, you know, there are no surprises. Everyone knows the level that these players can bring to the table. As you know, ET2, they're managing just to stay alive as a team up in that top area, but still Lakovica picking up those kills 3-2, not really taking advantage of the height yet. ET2, as they're just holding and just waiting to get a peek on that opportunity, and it's Lakovica Green who are now rotating around the map, just trying to get those picks, it seems. And it feels like it'll be one of those games already that will rely on a couple of those snipes to open up a gap.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case right now. You can see that it's just jiggle back and forth from next door to try and see if he can send one down range. And as he does, his teammate loses his life in the meantime, not able to trade back. Painful one and just near miss on the Zuko. Almost able to find him to where now a quick and move around and about where an elevated Tyler 1 looking not to crash down, hits the floor and finds Zuko around the bend, not expecting him to be that quick to the jump, to the punch, into a quick 4-3 that may just change momentarily as there's still a number of players separated between one another. And as I say it, it's another snipe, and it's El Rey in order to hit the captain of the team.
And the Kovac are just picking up these kills here, and what is concerning early on is that ET2, they've had the strong positions, and just because they couldn't immediately find the kills from those strong positions, they sacrificed them in order to chase down kills, which ultimately has not gone their way. So Kovac are playing this one a little bit cleverly, baiting in the opposition and, you know, just being able to get the kills, relying on ET2. As I said, just giving up those positions where they could wait and play the picks and take those kills. Now 9-3. With just 2.5 minutes gone. The Kovac very much in the driver's seat, but ET2 just need one solid wave to bring it back. It's very difficult to say how this map is playing in terms of the map control, because no real team has made advantage of that biggest advantage the map has, which is that verticality, those tall buildings.
Yeah, we're kind of just moving back and forth, to be honest with you, between each sides of the map, making good use of the highs and the lows without really committing to any of them. It's really just been a game of movement back and forth, right? Like where they try and traverse it to where they get into close range engagements. They try and traverse it to where they get into medium range sniping engagements in the beginning, to where they were playing a bit more passive than that. Okay, I guess you can go outside of the map and it works like a Fortnite zone, you know what I'm saying, where you take some damage on the extremity but you'll stay alive for as long as you have HP for. So that's interesting. You got full HP and just find yourself in a sticky situation and want to make a rotation where you don't want anybody to follow you, that can be something to work with. You can see actually dying on the outside of the map might be a strategy, as previously you've seen players self-detonate in order to avoid giving a knockout over to their opponent. ET2 now deprived of that much. As there's doubly down, they would have loved to have the low HP player, but they're not going to be given such a luxury, as now the respawns are through. It's the Kovac Green that have now made themselves, once again, a united front in an effort to try and get more kills, to where one player has been able to do it all on their own. I'm just going to call them NFT because that's at the end of their name.
Yeah, I mean, look, ET2, ultimately having that one player just pulling it all out for the side of ET2 in Akame. Managed to get that sentence out eventually, but my word, the Kovac Green, they really are beginning to dominate now as NFT. I'll agree, I'll call them that as well. Just really dominating with 10 kills, and you know, they are stretching that lead now and are looking strong in the way that they're playing. And I did say the way that ET2 started off that game,
good bomb,
really did worry me. As a great bomb that did hit, but not quite gone for the kill. But yeah, look, ET2 really worrying me with the way that they began that game and the way that they gave up those strong positions so early. And the Kovac have really punished them for that now, it seems.
Yeah, they're right now pretty separated though, and that's worrying to me. Kovac not really as once pulled together as they were just a few moments ago, and that could become problematic, seeing on the low HP player at this top side, not really with any health close enough to grab, needs to move, needs to change where they play, where there was HP on that rooftop, not looking to stick around for long enough to find it. Instead, trying to regroup with the rest of the crew, and no kills being exchanged in the last minute or so. This one's stalling out. This one's finding itself at a bit of a halt. We need something from the side of ET2 in the lull to be able to say that they've got a shot in this map. And it's only the first, but it's the first of what could very well be between Kovac Green getting momentum built and swinging into what is the effective finals for South and North America before the ultimate finals tomorrow. If they can get that one, if they can make a statement here this deep into it, to where time and time again, I said before, bigger fish to fry, they could very well be the big fish in the pond. They've seemingly dried out right now, ET2, because it is kill after kill for Kovac Green, as they've found themselves 22-10 above their opponents now, with 13 for NFT, and 8 more kills to go. Another chance for somebody to set a record.
Yeah, I mean, EC2 need a massive change up in their gameplay strategy if they want to take anything away from this game. Meanwhile, you do have just that NFT player, as you said, absolutely popping off. The record is indeed on. I believe it is set at 17 now, if I'm correct in saying that. So it is on. They need to pick up the majority of the rest of the kills, but considering they've picked up the majority already, that's not the biggest ask from them. 13-2 with 8 assists as well, helping out for 21 of the 23 kills. Of an immaculate performance from them as they will continue to try and pop off for their side. Meanwhile, ET2, they just seem to get bunched into a corner, dealt with, and then rinse and repeat on the next spawn. As credit where credit's due, they pick up some kills in certain moments, and they definitely in the 1v1s can pick them up, as we just seen there. But as an overall, as a 4, it means little to nothing when they end up just getting wiped out after the fact.
Yeah, no, 100% true. And now, bit by bit, they start to make it a little more competitive with these range shots to come out, to where El Rey had once an elevated angle to look down upon them, kind of went around the building to completely avoid his line of sights, and successfully so, but his teammates still able to pick up the slack later on. He changes his position. The highest of the tallest towers he's gotten upon, and now joining in where he's got 2 players at this point, including himself, and they've got a separation between them, a splinter of the Lockerbot Green players, in which ET2 need to take advantage of, because they're the ones who were tight enough knit. They've gotten themselves on the lower ground, now atop what is going to be still an elevated position, to where NFT may be into some trouble if they can get over into his direction without much trouble in the way of the teammates beside him. But even then, it's 5 kills to go. It's not all that difficult if they continue to fire down range at the same place. There's very little place for ET2 to run, and there is no place for ET2 to hide, as they lose 2 more, and in addition, leaving 1 player out on an island. They're going to sail out to try and set sights on the final player in that direction. On top of the roof, it's Nexor just biding for time, attempting to get his teammates some room to make their way back, and when they do, it's El Rey who's on the other end just below the stairwell. He's going to run all the way back and around, though, to regroup and not lose anything and go overextending.
Yeah, Lakovic are just really in a position now where they can get this one all finished up. ET2, they're holding on, but you know, I think it's going to be to no avail here at this point, as you have to give them so much credit for trying, but really just delaying the inevitable, as some other players have managed to pick up some kills and get themselves into this game, which, to be fair, they will take into map 2. But in terms of this map 1, I think it's fair to say it's all but done. Yeah,
Nexor on red HP, just making his way around that bend, is going to run right into the brick wall. That is Ponele, and it is going to be a 30-19 victory. I would say it's a little more dominant than even the scoreline does show, though, in my opinion, though, Zep. Not sure if you agree, but in the way that they had played, in the confidence that they had shown, and even with the map control that the red team actually had time and time again to be able to maybe make something happen, we just didn't quite see the conversion. We didn't see them take that next step into becoming a competitive team in the 1-to-1, the head-to-head, in which is ultimately going to decide a very, very big finish to this side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're completely right. I think they were more dominant than the scoreline showed. They had complete map control. Even in the moments they didn't have the map control, they were still picking up the kills, which just calls into question, you know, what are you doing with the advantages that are presented to you? Because if you're not taking full advantage of those advantages, you're leaving yourself in the prime position to get punished the absolute most. And ET2, you know, being underdogs, have run it this far, done a great job to say the least, but I think eventually as underdogs, unless you're a team that still understands the fundamentals of knowing where and when to sit against certain opposition, you're going to meet your match, because an underdog team may rely on not playing by the rules, so to speak, being a little bit underhanded, trying to take a team out of its comfort zone, but that only works to a certain level. That only works to a certain degree. When you play against a player who is good enough, they're going to be able to deal with those types of things. You see it ourselves in our esports, the ones that we would normally play ourselves, where yourself in CSGO, myself in Call of Duty. Sometimes when you're a level like us, where you're not really, really good, you're just maybe above the average.
Hey, I'll have you know that I've won the North American Collegiate Circuit for Counter-Strike. So
well, then I will say for me, then in Call of Duty, you're a little bit above the level that I would be in the respective esport. But how many times have you probably gone into a game where you've seen another team just play something so weird that you don't know how to deal with it? And that's
yeah.
It happens on COD. I'll say.
No. I do agree, and usually it's not even necessarily. I think the word weird can be summed up, at least in the terms of Counter-Strike, is just a game plan that they understand to a certain extent. That's just not the way of play that you are in, right? Like, you've got your hyper-aggressive teams with utility. You've got your very low, slow, drawn-out teams looking to bait rotations. You've got a whole lot of that you can actually kind of see in this game just as well. Baiting rotations, trying to get your opponents where you want them, attempting to get weaponry that favors you, also attempting to isolate players in terms of numbers. That's something that you can see across a multitude of titles. This one's no different, and this is going to have to be an entirely different game from ET2 if they want to take us not only to a map 3, but have potential to send themselves into the finals of this side of the bracket. Let's get it on.
Yeah, absolutely. As I believe we find ourselves in the Punk Bunnies area. Do forgive me if I am mistaken on that call, but you know, one of those maps, we've seen it played a number of times before. You know, again, not that much verticality to work with, and a lot of the teams that we have seen in losing positions on this map are teams that are actually sat where Lakovica are right now, which is very interesting to see. I'd be curious to see how they actually manage to push out of this position, because they're not in a strong position. ET2, as they found themselves at the beginning of that map number 1, in arguably the power position to start picking up some early kills, but whether or not they take advantage of that is yet to be seen, as we didn't see it on that map 1, and so far they are really nice 2 kills to begin with, and they're getting moved up into the position, and this could be the start of them doing some real damage.
Totally could be. You know, it's just a matter of really getting down and dirty, deep into the doldrums of the map, where things become a little bit more difficult to hide away and shy away from a fight. Would they even really want to right now, Kavacha Green, though, is the question, is because now they go that way, you know, 2 down. It's the very beginning stages, but they're not really forcing the issue at all. I feel like it's, relatively speaking, kind of a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah, I mean, the pace has come right down, which, you know, I wonder, it's hard to see whose fault that may be. I think it's Lakovica, really. They are playing this one slow. They're not taking it to ET2 at the moment, and they're kind of waiting for ET2 to come out of their position. Arguably similar to what happened before, but that is not happening in this map, as ET2 pick up a nice wave of kills. And it has to be said, so far are playing this map like the better team. This map is a complete shake-up from what we've seen prior.
Yeah, I said it had to be literally a completely different game in order for me to have like any faith in belief in the system that was being put forwards. Like I said, I think the scoreline even is a little misleading as to how really in control it felt like Kavacha were across the board, but you know, still early days. There's a very simple, fundamental way that Kavacha Green could change their gameplay right now in order to make up for the lack in distribution of kills, and that would just be to get up a little bit, you know, more tempo going into this one. And now with a straight line downranged, we're firing off is actually an insane triple kill from the Rockets that just blister through 3 of them, as I mentioned, and a 4th not too far off, to where, you know, it's slowly but surely NFT getting closer and closer to that mark, but Pinnell is absolutely killing it in that moment right there. That might have just been exactly the confidence that they need to swing and hit harder, as we're tied up at 6-all.
Yeah, absolutely. That wave of kills may have just torn this game right open, as they may try to catch ET2 in a bit more of a disjointed position, but then Lakovica, they very much retreat back to that same position they were in before as a 2, and they've been really eager to slow the pace of this game, which is bizarre to me, because they've proven as soon as they can get that opening, they can do some real damage. Maybe, again, a part of the game plan is to do that for the first half of the game, maybe lull the opposition into a false sense of security. Ultimately, we are just playing guesswork at this point to trying to figure that one out, but Lakovica picking up another 2, now actually in the lead, and you know, we criticize the strategies all we want. Ultimately, they have now found the lead from the way that they're playing, with ET2 doing a lot of the pushing, but Lakovica ultimately getting a lot of the damage done in the end up. They have pulled this game back well in what I believe was a 5-1 scenario at one point, now 10-8. You know, they're starting to play their lives well and then get the kills off the back of that.
That pace that you were mentioning at the slow, I mean, it's slow and steady, but it is winning the race. It's gotten them to where they wanted to be. And oh, nice little bob and weave there, back and forth, in and out. The swerves are really well made and hard to track, even if it's the same pattern back and in. It's not really one that you can hit very easily, regardless of whether or not it's predictable. It's just that long range and the bullet drop off that can't really come to, you know, a test for. And I mean, even still, you see them wrap around this side right now, ET2, to where they don't really have much room to sit back any longer. It's been already over that 5-minute mark, and where they had their lead at one point, they need to kind of claw it back. It's now once again that tie score to where they extend it further beyond, but the trades needing to be effective from then onwards. They keep themselves standing. Can't hunt down Pinelli, and they don't probably want to fight them any more than they'd rather get their team back and maybe go back in for it in a moment's notice. As there's everybody back into it. Now the 5 kills between both Tyler as well as Pinelli, but I mean, it's just, again, it's very, very interesting to see that the time has been gone by this far, but I feel like these fights do get pretty intense when they occur.
Yeah, they really do, and I think we are seeing that bit of positional reset coming now, where we did see things go a little bit back and forth, and now it is just Lakovic kind of rotating around, trying to regain, because ET2, credit to them, have been getting themselves back into this one, had the lead there again briefly, and are looking dangerous enough in this one to take it to a map 3. So Lakovic, you know, have taken a little bit of time to sort of rethink the strategy of how to go about a push, and they're doing it together here. And so far, it's looked like a really strong push, but the team nade, or self nade, actually coming in there. But Lakovic picking up a kill. Celestial getting taken out by NFT.
Yeah, that's a name we haven't really said that much, actually. Now that I think about it, 2 players, as a matter of fact, on the side of ET2. Only now just entering the feed with a double kill would be Akame, and Celestial, just mentioned a moment ago, dropped as that name for what is now needing to be a united effort for them to be able to say that they can take this one through, to where it's been quiet from them. They don't need to be necessarily loud all that much, but to be able to supplement what has been decent kills here and there, but inconsistencies in being able to draw them out across the entirety of a map. Right now, Lakovic Green putting up a good enough number to say that they've done it consistently throughout the best of 3 as of now, with NFT being the leader of it all, but needing, you know, the rest of the crew, the supporting cast that we had seen previously, to be able to say that they gave it their all, and they didn't leave anything before map 3 was determined. As 3 shots are fired off and out, it's good damage onto Celestial, not converted. Another player around the bend, unknown, and next door might have needed another. Oh, I was gonna say that, but blown him to smithereens. It was right around the bend, but he gets inside, tucks away, and gets out with his life, with 4 having been taken to the distance of Lakovic Green. A massive separation and a gap that we've not seen this far wide in quite some time, maybe at all on this map, favoring ET2.
Yeah, ET2 getting a crucial wave of kills there, but they need to keep on top of it now. They need to just pepper away, play those trades consistently, because Lakovic and Green, I have a feeling, will get a little more aggressive here as a unit, realizing that they have to chase this game, and have proven that they can do that. Already catching a player out on his own, which I think it's bizarre in this situation why you would send a player out on their own on the side of ET2. Surely you regroup and get ready for that push. But now the snipes coming in for ET2, who are now trying to be pulled back and welcome in that push as best as they can, as they do get another pick on a player, El Rio, who tried to push on his own. But again, these teams just need to be pushing as a unit here. It seems the one-on-one pushes for both sides have not been working here. They just keep getting swallowed up by the enemy bases, so to speak. The game plan needs to change for either team here if they want to get the next wave of kills, because I think the next wave of kills is crucial in determining where this map goes.
I completely agree. I couldn't agree anymore. As we're about to reach the halfway point of the timer, we've extended beyond the halfway point in kills for both teams now. As, you know, just that 15 mark sitting there, staring them in the face right now, Lakovic Green. They're going to need to feel the pressure of having to do something about it soon enough, because the race for the finish is only going to get tighter if they allow that to be tightened. I mean, if they go 2 for 1 in a couple of engagements right, that'll allow them to at least bring themselves that much closer, despite ET2 drawing closer and closer to their ultimate finish. It'll be worth their while if they can just get their trades well enough done and force the issue away from ET2, as they are forced to retreat with respawns being pulled through. It's 1 kill to start it all off, no effective trade from ET2, and numbers in kind for Lakovic Green, exactly what the doctor ordered, but they are managing to make good use of the ideas. They can get in and out of these buildings with ease. It's access that they are being given, or Celestial can take a new angle, his teammates respawn, and a double kill from the explosions, as well as the fully automatic rifle of Tyler may have just done it.
Yeah, massive 2-piece there. Most likely has done the job in this. Lakovic Green absolutely pulled one out of the bag. Now the way that this game is playing, it would be a massive shock if they managed to pull themselves back into this one, essentially needing 2 4-pieces just to get anywhere, really, is pulling this one back. 17 to 24, over halfway through the game time-wise. and Likovic, I think, scratching their heads a little bit here, as it's a bit of scrappy game to say the least. I mean, the structures have been a little bit all over the place on both teams, but that is favouring ET2 here, who are getting the job done and looking very strong and able to send us to potentially a map number 3 as they pick up another huge kill there, make it to Likovic, getting completely wiped out of the spawn there, a 4-man down. And that is this map virtually done. There will be a map 3 on the cards, and after that map number 1, I really did not see this coming.
Yeah, me neither. And you know, they just threw the scoreline of the previous map right back in their face. Right now, 2 rounds better, or rather 2 kills denied better from Kebab Green. They had ended with 30 to the 19 of ET2. They say, well, if you can do it, then so too can we, as they get themselves a nice little lead back into this one, both mentally as well as both literally, as they get a nice victory on this second map. It's going to come down to the ultimate finish to see if they deserve the regional finals before deciding if they have what it takes to go into the international finals tomorrow. And might I remind everybody, that's going to be at 1 p.m. PST. That would be 4 p.m. EST, but that's for all the American time zones. I don't know what's going on over in the European time zones, but that's not for me to figure out.
I believe it's 9 p.m. GMT, but I could be completely mistaken on that. I actually have to double check that on my end before tomorrow to make sure that I am here on time for that. But ET2 coming away with the victory there, 32-18, a really, really strong performance kill-wise, and I just have to say, it was a scrappy affair. It wasn't the prettiest affair, but ET2 simply are able to play that map better. Likovic, every single time they seemed really content to take what they would consider a point of interest. It seemed to me like a real disadvantage point. I've no idea why they sat in those specific places, but they chose to do so, and I believe they got punished for it. It was a map that I feel like was structurally all over the place, but you know, in comparison to that map 1 where the structure was seemingly favoured to Likovic and the way that they played, I thought they would be a team that realised the importance of taking advantage of that structure a little bit more, but not on that one, it seems, as we'll now be getting moved on to map number 3 and getting underway with it pretty quick, as well as the players will be getting readied up and getting into that one. And you know, ET2 played really well map 2, Likovic played well map number 1. It's a real open book now for this map 3.
Yeah, I was going to say these players probably don't have that much time to waste. You know, they probably want to get this one done just as well. I mean, as you say, jumping right into it. No intermission, no faces of ours. And you know what? I'm with it. 'Cause, I'm sure everybody involved right now is trying to get everything squared away and finished out. It is not an early hour for literally anybody in the world right now playing in this.
No, it's an early hour for some.
Well, I
me,
mean, yeah,
20 past 6 in the morning.
Let me rephrase. It's not a reasonably early hour. It is an unreasonably early hour.
Absolutely right. I will happily take that rephrasing. Both of these teams, as you can see, are just kind of in. They're getting ready to go, skating around the map, maybe just surveying, getting the lay of the land as they prepare. We're getting the insight for the first time on broadcast, folks, of what it's like in that kind of pre-game lobby, skating in, I'm sure, taunting the opposition. Wouldn't it be great if there was an open mic feature in game and everyone had open mic in the pre-game? Could you imagine the taunting that would be going on in a pre-game? Skateboarding around an open mic, that would be an absolute travesty. I'm sure something that we probably wouldn't be able to listen into, is, you know, all the trash talking is never really the most appropriate sometimes from these players, but I'm sure these players also know how to be respectful in key moments.
Are you positive? Are you sure about that statement?
I'm trying. I'm putting a positive spin. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I don't know nothing about these gamers, and all I know is that all gamers are bad inherently until proven otherwise.
Yes, video games make us violent. Science told us.
It made me violent.
I feel like being violent right now.
I play
watching all these bunnies.
Now I play matchmaking games in Counter-Strike, and I'm the worst enemy of anyone on the other team. Cause I'm calling you out, pal. Nobody is safe. Tell you what.
Nobody is safe in these
Not even me. Not even my friends.
No, anyone can get it. Surely.
Anyone can get it. These hands are rated E for everyone.
Well, going into this one, looking at potentially who could be a star player for either side, it's one thing that I feel like has been missing from watching these two teams play. It's like, don't get me wrong, we have seen some really strong players as we usually do at this stage, but looking at the teams that we think could be poised to be in the grand final against each other, those two teams have absolute world star MVPs on their team alongside a consistent unit. Are we seeing any one of these teams that sort of matches that at all, to where if they manage to make it towards that final stage, whether it be the finals that they have tonight or the grand finals tomorrow, like an MVP player that can see them through?
I don't know, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sold on almost anything we've seen right now, because I feel like I'm honestly second guessing myself more often than I feel confident at this point when it comes to what we're witnessing. It's always, oh, this team, oh, they're definitely that team, and it's like, oh wait, okay, well maybe this team is that team, and it's like, oh wait, I don't know who to believe in anymore, because I can't say it enough. This is the third time I bring it up, and I sound like a broken record, but quite literally I can't help but imagine the scene from Star Wars, I feel like it was either the Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith. It might have been Revenge of the Sith, where they're driving through the ocean area, right? They're flying through. Or maybe, no, it was the Phantom Menace. They're flying through, and then there's one big fish, and it's going to eat them. But then there's other big fish coming from behind them, and then it eats that one. But then there's another big fish, and it eats that one. And they're like, oh, wow, thank God that's over. But there's another big fish. That's what I'm seeing right now in this bracket, is that there always is a bigger fish to eat the other one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are still waiting to get this game underway. Time ticking eagerly by, as I'm sure these teams are itching and chomping at the bit. And talking a little bit about this map as well that we will be finding ourselves on, the Playboys area, we've seen this crop up quite a number of times now on the NA side, and a map that I'd originally falsely made the assumption that wouldn't play that well long range, actually being told that it is a super long range map. And as soon as I said that I didn't think it was, we did see that on show, where you have teams sitting up where LC is sitting right now, and then other teams, then the opposing team sitting up on the actual cinema building, and seeing a lot of back and forth with those snipers, right? And it's also with that cinema building, you get a lot of health spawns up on that building, and it's quite a hard one to push as well. So you sometimes get very stagnant games, I feel like, on this map, where it's really hard to get around and break onto that top area.
To break out onto the top area of not only their scene, but of the international scene. We are quite literally in a world championship, like you said earlier. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, as I said, the whole world
team of teams,
players, and it's been narrowed down to this many players.
Definitely an interesting state for us to be in, with a lot to be analyzed with these teams maybe moving forwards, or maybe even a lot for them to be able to go back on and watch and replay, whether it be in the VOD, or I don't know if there's a demo system or whatever the case may be. But even so, it's been an interesting day. It's been an interesting day with a lot of different styles and a lot of different thought processes that I can't even say any of them are inherently right or inherently wrong, because that would be a crazy thing, considering all the differences we've seen between wins and between losses in making their way down that line. They can only do so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head of that one. Looking at the strategies that teams have incorporated throughout the entirety of this tournament, we have seen a wide range of them, to where I think the only one that we can ultimately say works is the one that the winning team at the end up of the grand final ends up employing. And again, I think coming away from this one with so much left to learn with this game, with it being a new game, teams are just gonna have multiple ways that they can play these things. I don't think there's going to be a singular way that is the way for all teams. I think a team may find their strategy and they're going to be able to run with it from there. But teams having those unique strategies that they can pull out of the bag going forward, and potentially be able to use as sort of a unique strength that takes them through rounds of tournaments like these, then I think more power to them. I think it's maybe again a testament to the variety that can be on show with these games.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just waiting now for things to be settled through with our production, as well as with the players inside of the server, before getting things underway. It's always important, to keep things 100% right in place. You don't want to get a decider that becomes out of, you know, I guess, wedlock. You don't want something decided because things aren't all there. If there's a technical issue with the players, you don't want that to be the case. No crashes to happen at this point in the game. At this juncture, remakes would certainly be the greatest enemy to these two teams. As you can see now that all 8 players have been put in towards the server, we should be getting things underway only momentarily on our finisher. The third map of this series, ET2 proving that they have what it takes to go toe-to-toe in both individuals as well as in tacticians. Lakavacha Green have their work cut out for them, but I guess if we're gonna go back to map number 1, so too to ET2. This is gonna be the banger.
Yeah, I suppose it's, you know, which map is fresher in these teams' mind, or Lakavacha Green going to be focused way too much on that map number 2 and how it played out and reeling from that, or are they just going to realize like, hey, we could do a really good job against this opposition on map number 1. We just need to regain after that map number 2 and just go back to the drawing board and do things again.
I do like this map, I have to say. It's definitely a little funny map. I like the movie theater with all the different little what are they called, posters up on the walls. I didn't really get to see a lot of them, but there's giant Zuckbot. That's interesting. What's that one down there? I can't even see it.
Oh, we can't read. But
I'm not good at that. I wasn't trained to do that. I was trained to talk.
reading's not our forte.
No. Oh, we're live though. And we got spawn for side of Lakavacha Green to the left of the Cineplex, as the side of ET2 are going to be on the complete other extremity. But I mean, obviously this rooftop is where we saw teams play again and again. It was like no difference from where they had spawned. They didn't never really jump down into these duels instantaneously. It was always the opposition on the other end to try and make that initial fight. And they very well could. That well-placed HE right over the top blows and does no damage, but certainly could have landed atop the dome of an unlucky Lakavacha Green member. It's just going to be in hopes of landing one of these high explosives and proximity where damage can be dealt, and they're kind of just throwing them out on a whim, and they wouldn't be unwise to believe that players could arrive here, because we have seen it before. I remember our first game on this map of this series, or rather of this stream, there was a bit of a Hail Mary nade right out of their beginnings of spawn, and right on the left side of that blue building there, just below us, it landed, and boom, somebody was blown to smithereens, barely even had a chance at life.
Yeah, exactly. But seeing the way that this game has started off, a minute and 20 had gone before we seen the first kill. Zucko in not just with one, but with 2, getting 2 terrific snipes there, it seems, to start Lakavacha Green off on the right foot. Starting as they mean to go on here in this map as they pick up another, and maybe picking right up from where they left off on map 1. As ET2, struggling to begin with, as Lakavacha Green have control of that top cinema and looking to utilize it to full effect, and so far with nearly 2 minutes gone, seem to be doing so.
Effect, and I mean, frankly, everyone needing to be out in full effect here. It is no time to shy away from a fight. In moments where Lakavacha Green and Shine on map number 1, ET2 on map 2, and you know, the duels I think a little bit more intense on that first map when they had come through. That was the word I was using, but on the second one it was kind of a little bit labored, more so I think than not, where it was just either a clean wipe from ET2 that didn't really have a whole lot of back and forth to it, or you know, a shot down range with a quick double from some explosives or whatever the case may be. Ineffective trading, frankly, from Kavacha. Now, I mean, in the beginning stages of this one, more than effective trading, but also really nice openings to where they may have switched in positioning. They can still take that lead and hold on to it comfortably with a smile on their face.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing this one super well at the moment. I was just wondering now with ET2 having that position, can they make the most of it? Is it just a case with a team that's up there now being able to answer back? And Nexor, with a nice snipe there from a very similar position, we've seen the first 2 kills come in for Lakavacha Green at the start of this as well, so maybe in a position where we could see a bit of a rinse and repeat on that regard. But 7-4, over 3 minutes gone now. Lakavacha still in control and pretty content to wait where they're sitting. I mean, they're in no rush at the moment. They know how this map could play out if they go for a push and throw their lives away quickly on a push. They know that they can sit here and force ET2 to kind of come to them, which they are doing, coming off their positions, and as Tyler flies in there over the top to try and get Nixie, and the trades are going to start coming in. I thought he was going to pick up one there, but he didn't. But Nexar in there with the trade to make it 8-5, and you do have NFT rotating out and around as well, whereas the kills coming in there, huge 2 kills for the side of like a Vacha Green, and that push from ET2 ultimately ending up being a failure. They extend their lead here.
Yeah, extending that lead is pretty decent, but, you know, I mean, it was once a good bit farther beyond, you know, kill by kill. If they can keep themselves close enough to one another and not get caught off, it's jump Yuko gets. As his teammates had taken the opposite direction of him, he gets left out on an island, trying to skate by, not going to slide. It's going to be now try and maneuver around and about for these blue players to get themselves a new way of play as they connect under the respawn of Zuko. That's fine. They can at least know that they've got these 4 players here, and he's not left trying to hide before they get somewhere to help out. But Nextor is left out no man's land just as well. But still, effectively, ET2 make themselves well known, but not well dispatched of.
Yeah, for sure. ET2, they're making themselves well known, but you know, they need to make their presence felt in more ways than just being known, so to speak. And like Avacha Green are ultimately just happy to pick away at them here and continue to have this lead 5 minutes deep, 14-9, in a very strong position, as El Rioy are just, you know, El Rioy, should I say, is having the lead in game at the moment. 7 knockouts to 2 deaths, but Nexar not too far behind, as ET2 combining for a nice 2 kills there, and all of a sudden just 2 behind. That changes the layout of things here, to say the least, as this map could be heating up in its second stage.
Well, good. Second stage of the 3rd map. No better time for it to do so, but El Rey, the captain, once again now leading by example and trying to get them in that one better a position to get the nerves going for ET2. Semifinals on the line for these 2 right now, and that needs to be said, because this is no easy feat, it feels like, in terms of the emotions that have to be flowing for them. If things aren't going their way, if the kills aren't flowing, if their individualism isn't shining through. It's 8 kills of the 8 for his other team to split for the full 16. It's El Rey, who I didn't even notice was popping off to this point, and Nexor trying to close the distance as it is, also about half his team's kills as it were, but needing the both of these 2 players for the rest of their team to come online in the same way. Pinelli, one of the players that I had made note of in the first of the 3 maps, that was a player to look towards. NFT, same story. Zuko, a supplementary piece in the puzzle to which needed to be the glue, was definitely a piece of that one into the first. Somewhat silent for that second comparison, but now needed more than ever for the rest of them to be able to sacrifice maybe even a kill or 2 here and there. I mean, maybe even he sacrifices his life to offer up a multi for a teammate to be able to say that they can just call kill after kill, even if they're equal trades. That they can afford that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see like a Vacha Green 16-13. They are kind of holding on to that lead. This is a huge wave of kills that are coming in, very condensed into this part of the map, as ET2 making sure to play their lives here, rotating around the side, getting out. But it is like a Vacha Green still controlling the top of that cinema, which is going to be proving massive for them at this moment. If they give up that top, they could be in trouble, but I think it's worth it to chase for the kills here at the moment. 16-14, looks like picking up 1. Celestial 1 trades mostly coming in for ET2 here, who get a clean wipe, and all of a sudden we are even Stevens here, 17-17. And my
word. We could just see this one turn up by, you know, 17-17. It's going to be a turn of the tide from one player. It's going to be that difference maker, I feel like. I don't think this is going to be a team effort anymore. I think this is going to be somebody really rising against what could very well be. I think that even now, with this being as slow as it is for that next kill to be found, you got to wonder what's going through the heads of the players at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about pressure making diamonds for some players. Who is going to be made a diamond here in this one? As you know, the definition of right down to the wire in this map number 3, it is not letting up whatsoever. Again, folks, that graphic is lying to you up top. It is in fact 1-1, and we are on map 3 if you've just tuned in late. ET2 managing to pull back map number 2, and we have an enticing map 3 in our hands where it really could go either way. It's been a terrific series so far, terrific tournament to say the least, that is potentially rounding itself off in style here.
Could very well be. I mean, this is the the big climactic moment for a lot of these players. I mean, the fight for the European bracket, that was one that was intense as it were. I mean, frankly, our energy might have been a little bit depleted from that point in the day, right? Let's not kill ourselves. But at that point, that was the peak. That was wonderful at that stage, to where we had seen the best gameplay yet. Now, in a very similar fashion, I will say, it's delivering in that same front, and not even in the finals. This is the semifinals, so it keeps getting better and better. The scale to go, along with the boot, though, is the fact that we see Lavacha Green, an organization that we're familiar with in this bracket, not the team we had casted, but one nonetheless that we're going to be pulling for just as well as the team in the opposite end, because Forcana, a team we've come to really get in touch with. Once you build up that, chemistry between us and these other teams, it only gets all that more exciting to see the players pop off in the way that they, and we also know that they can.
Yeah, for sure. And now Lagavata Green only needing 9, ET2 now only needing 9 themselves. These teams are starting to resort to just chasing each other around the map, getting 1 or 2 at a time, but always having it answered back. The way that this map has ebbed and flowed has really been next level. It's almost like for them the structure's kind of gone out the window at one point as well, or at some point should I say, and they're just very much playing it as they see, which is making for a really interesting showing. Is like Lagavata Green are always making sure just to keep themselves at least 1 kill in the lead. They are never really giving up that lead, which is going to make itself key in the dying embers of this map. Can ET2 just make that final sprint to get over the finish line ahead of Lagavata Green? That is yet to be seen.
It's just going to be now, I don't want to say, oh my god, I was going to say cowardly, but I don't know if that's the word. But what a nice shot, just right between the eyes. It was a jump spot coming through from Nexor, and honest and truthfully, what do you even do to that other than just take it? It's a beautiful and one that opens up a world of possibility in terms of the rotations now, in which they're going to take absolutely every day of the week. Lagavata Green might just get the drop on the respawn. Nexor top the roof, and again, Nexor is down. What? God, the snipers come through in full focus, in full frontal assault. It's kills, and it's 3. The gap between them and cementing their place into that next stage. The pistol in desperation. Akame, though, is going down with an absolute blaze of glory. It's kill after kill that sets the excitement at a pace that cannot be beat.
What are we seeing? 27 to 26. This should have been all but done for ET, but a triple kill with that pistol and then being topped off as well by another. That is absolute insanity. 27 to 26. This once again can go either way. It's like Lagavata Green. They're scrambling to get back together to regain. All of these players are sticking right by each other, as this next wave of kills could well be the last, so both teams need to make it count.
How can you even imagine the heart rates pumping from Lagavata Green, seeing that kill feed pop in with 1, 2, 3. Everything they've worked for seemingly crumbling from in front of their very eyes, where all ET2 realize their dreams momentarily, perhaps, to what they've worked for throughout the entirety of this tournament. Squandered his 1 kill as Tyler 1 himself will be dispatched of. Another could be in for a moment, as low on HP are both Rhea and Zuko. 1 carrot found, but 2 players the distance between, where Nexor has been unlucky to say the least, as the skill cannon has once again given him a run, as he's not able to take these duels. He'll have to do so anyway. Feeling the pressure, a tie game, a third, the pistol, ever reliable from Akame. If he can pull it, then who can? If he can't, rather, as he only needs that 1 more moment. His HP trait, and ET2 have done it.
I cannot believe what I have just seen. We talked about ET2 needing to be able to sprint over the line at the very end to get ahead of Lagavata Green, and they absolutely have done so. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them. Truly one of the top games that we have seen throughout the entire tournament. That was absolutely fantastic. ET2 almost robbing it at the death, but deservedly so. All coming from that moment where we thought it was all but done. I believe it was like 25 or 26 to 22. And then we saw a triple kill come in from that pistol, which completely changed the layout of the game. And it just made it really scrappy towards the end, where ET2 managed to come out on top. That was absolutely terrific.
Yeah, frankly, I'm going to need a minute. I'm going to need that intermission now more than ever. That grand final for this side of the bracket has been set up. Center stage, ready and awaiting their arrival, have been the boys on the other side of Exborg, and we followed them and seen what they're capable of, not in one, but in 2 games, and we'll see if they can do it again. We're going to jump to an intermission and see who will take it.
I was just looking around. Oh, but look at what I found. The sweetest little girl I ever knew. I was just biding my time. It never crossed my mind I'd meet someone who'd thrill me like you do. Looking around, just moseying along. I met you, and all my dreams came true. And all my dreams came true. And now we're looking around. To the preacher we are bound. 'Cause oh my goodness, look at what we found.
They said this whole internet money thing would never work. They said a Web 3 game can never be as good as a Web 2 game. They said, holy, why is the UI blue? Well, it's purple now, so quit your belly aching and strap in. Because the next installment of the master plan is about to drop. My Pet Hooligan Overclock is coming soon. I see you. Sit tight. Something's coming. All right, intermission time. So now you've got time to, I don't know, do an intermission. Maybe stand up, touch some grass if you live outside. All right, intermission time.
We are so back as if we were to have never left, but we're close to leaving. We're close with the end of our stream number 2 on day number 1. Sunday has now run into and bled into Saturday. Wow, dude, I'm chalked. I can't believe I just said that. Friday has now bled into Saturday, and we are going to be going into our last game of the day regardless. It's Xborg. It's ET2. And last game, you could have fooled me and pulled the wool over my eyes with the way that it ended to say that it was a final.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that last series really could have gone either way to the death just shows that, the level of those two teams. And almost, it seemed like it was going to go the other way, but eventually getting rounded out in a spectacular fashion by ET2, causing a massive upset. It truly was spectacular to see. But now we have the final game of the evening here ready to show. The semi-final, 3K at stake, with the loser also getting 1K. This really is it. These players now playing for the big bucks. So that, of course, I'm sure will be weighing on their minds, as well, as it could be a case of so close yet so far for one of these teams in terms of competing for that grand prize. But either way, getting to walk away with 1K, that is nothing to be scoffed at.
They're saying, show me my money. They want to get that green, and I don't blame them. With all that on the line, how could you not be putting it all through? How could you not be showing everything up? And, I mean, it's been a long day for everyone, man. I can only imagine how the players must feel having to put in all the effort that they do. You and I, we run our little mouths, right? That's one thing. But these guys have got to be thinking constantly about what their next move is going to be. Their aim needs to be on point. Their calls, just as much as we talk, need to be on full frontal. And they have to be firing on all cylinders, not only all day, but at the end of the day. And that's right now here in the final of I mean, this has been an exciting journey. I think you would have to tend to agree, because if you don't, you'd be a crazy person. Map number 1 of our final series is underway.
Yes, and into Central Park, we're very curious to see the key positions taken up. ET2 curiously going for the opposite section of the map, where we usually see most teams push out, but Xborg are chasing them down early on. It seems trying to begin aggressive. Kills traded out there on both sides. Big Boy and Celestials, the first 2 on the board for either side. And we've seen Xborg get rewarded for a bit of aggression before in the previous game that we've seen them in earlier in the cup. So maybe trying to employ the same strategies here, as so far already up 3-1. The chasing is working well. When will we see a team resort to that top motorway? We will soon see, as it looks like now ET2 might be beginning the retreat up top, and it'll be Xborg up for the chase.
Yeah, what do you believe in right now in terms of these two teams right now, Zep? Answer me that in just a moment. It's going to be a pretty high-octane battle on the top side of the bridge that'll determine the control for maybe a good amount of time, and although Lucan goes down, it is traded.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the way that I see this one going based on how it plays, I think Xborg will be rewarded for their aggression. ET2, they played so well in that last game, but there was moments where it was tentative, where it could have gone either way, whereas Xborg, they were strong in the previous game that we've seen them. They could take it to opposition well. If they can continue to do that in this series, we could even potentially see it 2-0, but ET2 have caused surprises before. We literally just seen that, one of the biggest surprises of the cup so far. So it's on the cards for them to do it again. You can't rule any side out once you get to this stage, but I think if I had to put my money where my mouth is, I would say that Xborg will be rewarded for their aggression here in this one.
I'm going to agree with you on that one, because I think, frankly, that I haven't seen a player on this side of the bracket yet that has the same level of straight-up shooter capability as Lucan. I think that they've definitely put up a really, really solid set of games. And I think that just in terms of what their team's X factors really are, he's just played such a big part in that. It's hard to deny him, right? And Mark is a player, I think, that showed up in kind here and there as well, in kind of, I would say, maybe a, what would the word be? Maybe like underrated fashion, I guess, so to speak. And I think the same can now go for, especially how that last game had ended, Akame. They lose that game without Akame, straight up. There's no way that they're going to another series. There's no way that that third map concludes with them being able to pull away with what was at one point a 4 or 5 player deficit, a pistol 3K. How do you pull that out of your rear end?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, a pistol 3K, or a pistol, yeah. What you said, God, just absolutely leaving me here at this point. But ET2 just, proved that in the crucial moment they have what it takes to pull it back in a situation now where it's like 14-10. you pull that into a situation like last game where it was close to like a 24-20, where if Exborg would have get 2 more, that had it done, but ET2 would then pick up a 3 or a 4 piece, and then all of a sudden they're right back in it. So
yeah.
Exborg, I'm sure, will be aware of that as well, right? They'll have heard about how that last game has gone, and they'll know that, you know, if they give ET2 an inch, they'll take a mile.
Maybe they want it.
Yeah, so they need to keep this lead extended and make sure not to let up at any point, as Nexor picked up a huge 2 to make it 17-4.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of more moments like that, and they are right back in this one. So Exborg, they need to keep on top of it, but I'm really surprised that no one's been utilising that top motorway area at all. It has been getting very mixy around this map.
Yeah, probably consistent with those kinds of kills. Same goes for Mark to a certain extent, but I think in terms of creating moments, as you just said, Nexor as well as Akame have proven that they can definitely do that, and that's where they're going to need to kind of do it again. Here on this map, like kind of like now, if they want a chance at it, you can see that Akame is putting his name into the ring and throwing his name into the hat, taking a shot, pistols out. Nexor, though, falls a little bit flat in his engagement there at the bottom side of the bridge. Could have been a tied Turner, could have been 20-17, and definitely one they could sneak away with. Even still, would have been a whole hell of a lot easier if they had gotten what they wanted in that moment. But continuing to keep themselves in good standings is a very, very well done widespread effort. 6-6, 5-5 in terms of the kills right there from Exborg. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, exactly. As a team performance, there's nothing more that you could want from that. And now 22-16, having extended the kills amount just a little bit. ET2 need to play virtually perfect from here, whereas Exborg now resorting to taking those power positions. Finally, they are happy with the lead that they've gotten, and they're happy to just play the picks, force ET2 to come to them. A nice strategy that they're employing here that kind of forces ET2 maybe out of their comfort zone slightly, but so far they've been getting pushed up well, and the picks haven't been coming in. No one's been really hurt, meaning that ET2 could get in here and do some real damage around the sides if they converge correctly. But so far, a good first kill coming in there for Lucan, who is going to maybe be able to get themselves another, as they're just holding up there, getting ready for the next push, which is seemingly primarily coming from this right side, with Bugs with 1 and Exborg. They've held against this push well, looking like they might get another kill there at this point. And 7-6-6-6, 25-16, Exborg having a lot of control now of this game, and rounding it out well. They chose a very clever way to round out the second half of this map 1.
Absolutely. It's what a long range for these shots from Lucan to actually be connecting on the Tyler 1. That's kind of crazy. Thinking about how they've just been able to keep them a little bit, you know, shell-shocked and scared from pushing up any further beyond, as Tyler's just looking for HP, I guess, but hasn't been able to find it yet. From a distance is good onto Celestial, but Bugs is there to bring it right on back. This is where, you know, a sub 7-minute victory for Exborg could be a decent one. One of the, I would say, games that felt like it went quicker than it actually had in that regard. If they can manage sort of a time frame, the 7-minute games I feel like is probably the average of how long these games take if they aren't drawn out to a point beyond that 10-minute marker. But even then, oh, big boy not able to find Celestial. 1 bullet would have done it. Throw through the tunnel though. It's Lucan with his SMG. It's the fully automatic. Closer to maybe a rifle, I guess some sort of a hybrid in between. The paintball, though, regardless, the weapon he'll utilize to get it done. And Nexor again falling short. Has been on 8 knockouts for such a long time, and a long time too long for anyone else to be able to find them in the right moment, as it will be a 30-20 map 1 close.
Yeah, well played from Exborg there. Again, I have to give them so much credit across the board, playing well in those knockouts, very evenly spread. And then, you know, it was a bit tit for tat. It was mixy on that map, but as soon as they found themselves 4 to 5 kills ahead, they locked up together, got into that power position on the map, and just sort of played the rest of their game from there, which you have to commend. Kind of rotating left, rotating right, just keeping those defenses in, maybe getting picked a couple of times in the process, but always been able to answer back, just playing the laws of the maths at that point, knowing that if it's a 2 for 2, a 2 for 1, whatever it may be, we're still going to come out on top of this one, and just rounded out the map really well and played it sensibly, which is something you want to see from teams at this point, just because you start to feel yourself and go a couple of lives up. They'll know, based off the previous series we just covered, that their opposition at any point could flick a switch and turn it back if they continue to chase and play into their hands. So Exborg, probably in recognition of that, you know, treated their opponent with respect, retreated, played the game in the safest way to ensure the victory. And if they can continue to do that in map 2, then we could see them come away with this one. But will ET2 allow them to get into that position where they have the lead? That is yet to be decided. Like, what we have seen from ET2 from the last 3 to 4 games we've covered them in, they don't take the lead that often. And I feel like if Xborg take the league, they'll know how to protect that league. So if ET2 need to go in and make some changes, they want to get in, get mixy, but make sure they're the ones going 2-3 kills on top to put them in a position where they can defend that lead.
Yeah, I do concur with that much. You know, I mean, just kind of seeing how a lot of these things unfold in terms of like the 1v1s and the heads-to-heads, where you're kind of, you know, second guessing what it may mean with Lucan being the shine out star player. And then you look at this other team where, I mean, we expected them to be the more well-rounded of the two if we had to put a pin in it, right? If we had to say that one team or the other was going to be able to shine ahead with one member, it would have been the side of Xborg. But, you know, no, I guess no, that's not going to be the case here. It's kind of scary to me, actually, going into what is not only the finish for this series, but what is going to be the next to follow for whoever does win. But if it is Xborg, then, you know, maybe there is a contender who can go toe-to-toe with and stare down the line in a square-off with Shadowburn, because that is going to be one guy, Shadowburn, who you're going to need to prove that you've got what it takes to be able to say that you're an individual as close as him. I'm going to sing his praises until the end of time, to be honest, because he's somebody who gave us some exciting moments, some really cool maneuvers to where, honestly, the skateboard is something I think we've talked about, you know, like here and there, but no one has shown us a display as clean and as quick and as clever as his. He's constantly moving in a way that's hard to track, and he's also constantly moving in a way that gets him to point A to point B as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he's 100% a player that has proven himself as the one to beat in terms of that MVP player that you look to shut down in an opposition team. And it's sort of that MVP player that the entire tournament bracket would have been looking at and going, this is the player that I need to nullify if I want the chance to win. And one thing I will say to any team that gets through this is that if you go into that final, no matter how well you play, if Shadowburn's able to maneuver around and pick up kills against you, you're always in danger of being completely broken down. And I guarantee that no matter how well you play, even if you win those maps, you're not going to win them by much. Rule 1 is to nullify Shadowburn. He proved that in the previous broadcast in which we broadcast the EU side. So now we need to see over on this if Xborg have that player which can do that, which you've certainly said. I mean, they have some contenders that to play at that level. Maybe not quite up to the same level, but in terms of having that overall capacity to nullify Shadowborn, that's potentially on the cards.
Nullify, that's a good word I don't use nearly as much as I should, I feel.
Yeah, no, that's my word. I'm patenting that word. I keep it there.
Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Whatever. I don't even care.
I don't even care. It doesn't matter.
Nobody in the world is actually, oh my god, giving a patent to that word, that'd be something. But right now, something or Xborg, because they just come out swinging full fist. And they're right into the action with a pair of kills, followed by a nice double from Lucan and a fifth thrown into the mix just in between, sandwiched as they get ET2 just the same. They've got a pair of players now ready to make the jump onto Celestial, who makes himself known, but Bugs won't go down, not quick, not without a fight. Celestial will before anything of that nature, and the absolute effectiveness of these trades as a map that we probably could have never have pinned to be as opening aggressive as this has helped his gain. It could have meant actually a room to move for another kill to be found for Xborg, but you know, they'll take what they can get in that 1-for-1 before the ultimate depth, and it is just rapid fire chaos. I can't even get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, already nearly 15 kills on the board, not 1 minute 20 gone. This is just chaos carnage, of which Xborg are coming out on top of now 11-16 and continuing to hammer home those kills. As you see that key position being picked up there by Mark, trying to get a few more picks with the minigun, I believe it was. ET2 desperately trying to claw their way back into this one, who I believe have been probably a little bit stunned by the way this one has started, but have grouped up together now and need to regain, but get themselves into a little bit more of an advantageous position. Because where they have picked up there is not the strongest place to play on this map, and is being proven by the fact that Xborg are picking up more picks, 14-6.
Yeah, I mean, this is something else, really. I can't even imagine that anybody but Lucan would be at the top side of the board for a game like this right now, already at 6. I say already at 6, thinking that this is only like a 12, maybe even 13 kill game, but it's continuing to scale, and it's not stopping anytime soon. It seems we're approaching that finish sooner than any of us probably could have anticipated, as we've already got a double-digit difference between these pairs. It's going to have to be a monumental effort, pulled from nowhere. The abyss of talent that may be deep within ET2 that we have seen before is yet to be seen in this map, as it only is darkness that shrouds them and surrounds them, as the light can be seen at the end of the tunnel for Xborg. They just might have done it in one of the fastest ways we've seen on this side of the bracket. At this level, at this pace, they might have just set an absolute banger on for that close.
Yeah, so close for them now. We've seen ET2 make comebacks before, but this may be too little too late. The swinging and swanging coming in, but to no avail. Lucan with another kill, 9-2. A knockout, should I say? Not kill, how dare I? No one's been harmed, folks. No bunnies were harmed in the making of my pet Hooligan. As ET2, they are trying Celestial, picking up another knockout, but again, it just doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Export, credit to them, coming out aggressive on this map. Seems to have worked to a treat, dare I say. I think they've done the job.
They very well have, I believe. It's just too far a distance. These two teams have an arm's length and a half, and it's been set by none other than Lucan. Game in and game out, map after map and series after series. It is going to be Xborg, who have just secured themselves a place in the grand final of not only the regional, but now sent forth to face Farcana in the International Championship of the Community Cup, with the lion's share of $12,000 on the line.
A massive congratulations to Xborg there, and commiserations to ET2 in what was a terrific series to watch, and one that I believe Xborg played in such a way where they were making a statement to Farcana that we are here to beat you when we go up against you tomorrow. That is going to be an absolutely fantastic game. The grand final of this cup is going to be huge. The My Pet Hooligan Communities Cup has been fantastic, and it will round off with an absolute banger. I cannot wait to cover that one with you when it comes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a big lead up for what is going to be, I mean, maybe a shorter payoff considering the amount of time and effort we've put into this, this entire circuit. It's going to be, I hope, not an anticlimactic, bittersweet close. I mean, frankly, when we do only have really about an hour allotted to what is the final best of 3, I believe it's best of 3, might be best of 5, I'm unsure, but that being the case, I hope that it delivers on all fronts, because we've seen the best of the best. We've witnessed some absolutely phenomenal gameplay being put on, but to see that one come to a peak, to see everything that we've seen in culmination at a final finish, could be exactly what the doctor ordered for what would be a perfect conclusion to the Hooligan Community Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it has been a really, really terrific cup, right? One thing we just have to take a step back and say that, across the board from word go, when we started on the EU side of things over 12 hours ago, we seen a couple of teams who, made light work of their opposition. Then things got mixy. Then we seen the real big hitters start to come into play, to the point where we were left with Farcana, a team who made light work of a team that we almost thought would have been favorites. But then going into the NA side of things, it was way different. Things ended up being way more standoffish in the rounds ones that we had the pleasure of covering, and the gameplay styles were different. We got to see a wide variety of gameplay styles throughout Europe and North America and South America this evening, which I think again is just a testament to the difference of different styles of gameplays that players can bring to this title. And now we're going to see them be clashing together in the grand finals on this next broadcast.
Yeah, before we do close out for the night, TJ at MetaTJ on X, you have been selected as the winner of a somewhat forgotten by most probably raffle that we had announced, the exclamation point raffle that will also be featured in tomorrow's Grand Stream final with an Xbox for somebody to win. That is going to be it for you and for me, Zep. It has been a wonderful day, a long one at that, but it is going to be the finish, the inevitable, as we do come to a close. Thank you all so much for joining us on this broadcast, for production, for sticking through, and for the players that have given us an absolute banger of an opening. A debut for you and I in this game, and one that I hope comes to last, as we've got one more best of 3, may I remind you, at 6 PST tomorrow. I hope the guys, we see you there. Or 1 p.m. PST, sorry. 1 p.m. PST. Don't want to put that out there. We hope that you see you guys tomorrow, though. But until then, have a good night.
Kept me in the street with them hooligans. So you down for the couch, gotta prove it.
Calling all hooligans. I'm talking about the cypher buns, the road jumpers, the hair raisers, the bunners, the playboys, the mutants, and the pump bunnies. Let's get it.
There you go. Mount up, be straight, get home, be safe. My team, we don't play them Hellraiser, we dangerous. You already know we some hooligans. What am I to be but a hooligan? Kept me in the street with them hooligans. So you down